All right, good afternoon, folks. We will resume with our March 9th council meeting, and we will go right into a presentation from the Halifax Partnership on the economic strategy. We have a number of folks with us. I'll acknowledge Paul Johnson, who's our Director of Government Relations and Economic Affairs, something like that. And we also have Corey Bell with us, who is the Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee on Development, which is overseeing the economic plan strategy. And of course, we have our President and CEO, Wendy Luther, and we have the world's most famous economist, Ian Munro, with us as well. So I'll hand it over to you folks. Is it Corey or Wendy? Who do I? Corey?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, I'll be brief. So anyway, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. As Mayor mentioned, I'm Corey Bell, I'm CEO of Lindsay Construction for a day job, and I'm also the chair of the Ad Hoc Development Committee at the Halifax Partnership, responsible for overseeing the development of Halifax's next 5-year growth plan. I'm happy to report the approach to developing the 5-year growth plan has been presented to both our Board of Governors, our board, and the CPED last month, and it has been unanimously approved. You know, we're thankful to have active engagement thus far from the board, which would include Mayor Savage, Councillors Mason, Councillor Russell, the CAO, Jacques Dubé, and his staff. They've been helpful along the way. And we appreciate this opportunity to present to you today, seek your approval for approach for developing the 5-year growth plan. We look forward to any questions or comments that you may have along the way, and also your active involvement as we develop this plan in the coming months. So I'll now pass it along to Wendy Luther and Ian Munro, and they'll walk you through the plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corey, and good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Wendy Luther, President and CEO of Halifax Partnership, Halifax's public-private economic development organization. And joining me today is my colleague Ian Munro, Halifax Partnership's Chief Economist. In support of the staff report you received in your briefing package, we are delighted to have the opportunity to present to you the approach for the design and development of Halifax's 2022-2027 Economic Growth Plan, co-led by Halifax Partnership and Halifax Regional Municipality. This plan will be Halifax's 4th economic strategy. The first was in 2005. Today's presentation is our final step in the approval process for the design and development of Halifax's next 5-year growth plan. As Corey mentioned, we received approval from Halifax Partnership's Board of Directors on January 27, 2021. And we are very fortunate to have HRM's leadership on our board through Mayor Mike Savage, Councillors Mason and Russell, and CAO Jacques Dubé. In addition, we received unanimous support from CPED on February 18th. Now Ian will provide an overview on Halifax's current economic environment. So next slide, please, and over to you, Ian.
Thank you, Wendy, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll just take a moment here to provide a quick update. As I noted at CPED last month, our population growth figures for the year July 2019 through June 2020 were much better than one might have expected given the pandemic. As you can see from the table in front of you, Halifax enjoyed another very good year of population growth, driven once more by very strong international migration figures. These are just down slightly from the prior year, which was record-setting for both population and immigration growth. However, population growth and immigration growth tend to have seasonal patterns, which can be seen in the provincial level data that are released quarterly. The summer quarter, July, August, September, is always the big driver, largely because of the influx of international students at the start of the school year. We know that September 2020 will be low because of the pandemic, and as such, we can expect that the next set of annual population growth estimates will be down somewhat, although we hope temporarily when they're released in the winter of 2022. In addition to population growth, the other headline target in the 2016 to 21 strategy is GDP growth. And last week, we got the Conference Board of Canada's latest economic forecast for Halifax. Unsurprisingly, our GDP is estimated to have contracted by 3.5% in 2020, which is in fact our worst recession in history. A strong rebound is expected, though, with growth of 4.6% this year and 3.9% next year. And then from 2023 out to 2025, the annual growth rate will return to more typical levels between 1% and 2%. I can also share with you that after very deep declines in the spring, Halifax's labor market and retail sales have recovered nicely, at least at the aggregate level. The most recent retail sales data for December 2020 have us up by 5.5% over December 2019. The January labor force survey results show that Halifax had 2% job growth over January 2020, and that in fact is the best performance of all major Canadian cities. Remember though that these are aggregate figures. Youth employment remains down by 6.4% from January to January. And sectors like accommodation and food services, wholesale and retail trade, and business and building support services remain down by more than 2,000 positions each. Another encouraging factor is the fact that debt level, debt delinquency, and insolvency figures remain below pre-pandemic averages. However, it's possible this could change direction quickly when income support programs are wound down. And finally, I'll just remind you that you can see greater detail on all these figures on the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Tracker on the partnership's website. And back to you, Wendy.
Thank you so much, Ian. On April 5th, 2016, and next slide, please. On April 5th, 2016, Regional Council approved the Halifax Economic Growth Plan 2016-2021 as the 5-year economic strategy for Halifax. It envisions Halifax with a population of 550,000 and GDP of 30 billion by 2031. To achieve these growth outcomes, the Economic Growth Plan has 4 overarching 5-year goals and 73 actions, 37 of which are being led by HRM and 30 by Halifax Partnership. The remaining 6 are co-led by the 2 organizations. As we were entering final year of the plan and beginning the process of developing the new strategy, COVID hit. In May 2020, at Regional Council's direction, Halifax Partnership began developing a Halifax COVID-19 Economic Response and Recovery Plan, the ERRP, created in consultation with key economic development stakeholders. The plan outlines 38 actions HRM and the Halifax Partnership will undertake to get back to Halifax's long-term growth trend and chart a path forward for a stronger, more resilient city. We look forward to providing an update on our progress on ERRP actions at an upcoming meeting of Regional Council. Next slide, please. As noted in the staff report, there are multiple levels of accountability throughout the plan development process. Regional Council and CPED play a vital role in approving the approach to the development of the next 5-year growth plan, what we are discussing today, as well as providing input to and the final approval of the 2022-2027 Economic Growth Plan. HRM staff is also actively engaged on the working group, and GRIA will draw on subject matter experts within the organization in support of the development of the plan. Next slide. The following 4 themes have come to the fore as areas needing particular attention as we work towards Halifax's growth goals: attainable housing, transportation and logistics, green economy, and inclusive growth. Priorities and actions identified within these 4 themes will be integrated within the strategic goals of the new plan. Next slide, and now I will pass the floor back over to Ian to describe the building blocks of the plan.
Thank you again, Wendy. This slide provides an initial conceptual foundation for the next growth plan based on 5 building blocks. The first piece is to build on the momentum of the existing growth plan. Although we've made great strides in many fronts, the basic issues and challenges that were top of mind when the 2016 to 21 plan was being developed, demographic change, for example, remain fully relevant today. And given that many of our actions and tactics bore fruit, recall those very encouraging population numbers I showed you a moment ago, we want to carry on with what has worked. We do not need to start from scratch. The success that we have had has also generated some growing pains and highlighted some other issues and themes. As we have achieved growth and success in the aggregate, who has perhaps been left behind and how do we close those gaps? More people is what we wanted, but that also has meant increased demand and hence lower availability of and higher prices for housing and more congested transportation networks. How do we ensure that Halifax remains an attractive and affordable place to live? And how do we ensure that continued economic growth is complementary to, and not at the expense of, the achievement of environmental goals? Third, we always have to be mindful of basic economic fundamentals. What can we do to ensure that our tax and regulatory regimes, our infrastructure, and our municipal services are efficient, effective, and conducive to business growth and success. Just as we can build on a strong existing strategy, we can build on the experience, expertise, programs, and strategies that already exist in the partnership and across HRM's business units, with realignment and retooling as necessary to propel us to further success. As always, we will rely on strong partnerships with other groups and organizations as well. Finally, the world has changed since 2016, and it will continue to do so. Identifying, understanding, and flexibly adapting to changing circumstances, the massive increase in working from home, for example, will be an equally important building block for the next growth plan. Thank you, and back to you again, Wendy.
Thank you so much, Ian. Next slide, please. Building on the foundational elements Ian has identified, the strategy development includes the following key components: significant research and analysis, including review of the current economic growth plan and other complementary plans, including the regional plan review, Halifax, ANS Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan, and the Tourism Master Plan. Monitoring of national and global economic trends and analysis of the municipality's economic development, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Engagement and consultation may take the form of surveys, in-depth conversations with industry experts and key stakeholders. The Halifax Partnership will be hosting CEO councils and Mayor's Economic Roundtables, as well as 6 to 8 sessions focused on identifying actions to advance inclusive economic growth. And we plan to utilize an online presence, such as Shape Your City Halifax, to communicate information and gather input. And thank you in advance for sharing this information with your constituents when it becomes available. From here, we will synthesize the information and create the economic growth plan. Next slide, please. Building on the success and lessons learned from our previous 3 economic strategies, the 2022-2027 strategy will lay out a vision, values, 5-year strategic goals, and actions for 1 to 2 years. This provides opportunity to reassess and respond to emerging opportunities and challenges early in the life of the strategy. Next slide, please. Throughout the engagement process, we will adhere to the following 4 guiding principles, ensuring the process is accessible, transparent, informed, and reflects the diversity of our community. Next slide. This slide outlines our proposed project timelines and milestones. Regional Council will be kept up to date throughout the process, and we always welcome your input and feedback. And next slide. In conclusion, here's the recommendation from staff that was unanimously approved by CPED on February 18th. I thank you for your kind attention and your consideration, and we look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Wendy and Corey and Ian. I will go to the Chair of CPED, Community Planning and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Wendy, Ian, Corey, much appreciated. We had a great discussion at CPED after the presentation, so I'm looking forward to a similar conversation taking place in the next few minutes. So I will put the motion on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to develop a 2022 to 2027 economic strategy in collaboration with the Halifax Partnership in accordance with the approach set out in the February 8th, 2021 staff report and the related Halifax Partnership presentation. I so move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
All right, nothing further to add other than we had, as I said, great talk at CPED, and let's see what comes of for the conversation here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So again, this is just the beginning of this process that we'll be coming back to discuss this further as more work is done. If there's no other questions or comments, we will go to a vote on it. Are you ready for the question?
Mr. Mayor, may I have a question? My apologies, it's Mancini.
Councillor Mancini.
Yeah, my apologies to Wendy and the team. I'm sorry I actually missed the presentation. I was off putting out a fire as we do from time to time, so I apologize. I'm asking questions that you may have already mentioned in your presentation. First important question, Wendy, did you bike to work this morning?
Through your worship, to Councillor Mancini, I walked this morning, Councillor.
I knew you wouldn't take transportation that involved four wheels for sure. So good for you, Wendy. Thank you. Where are we? You know, what are you hearing out there? Because my feeling of where we are, we're in a good place in many ways, even though we've had challenges, and especially our small businesses have really been hammered. And you know, in our role as a municipality, unlike other orders of government, to help the economy is to keep going with our capital projects. I'm sure Corey would love that to hear that too, right? So we need to keep going. That's our contribution. We can't cut checks like the province and the feds can. What are you hearing on immigration? Because I suspect, because we've done such a good job in Nova Scotia and HRM, that people want to come here. They want to come here anyway, but I think they really want to come here now. I mean, there's a huge opportunity. And from business, I think you probably mentioned in your presentation 15 businesses that have opened up during COVID. And by the way, I wouldn't mind getting a list of those businesses, if you could share those with me. You know, so I'm actually excited about where we are, because I really think once the borders come down, it's going to boom here once again, as it was, even more so prior to it. So I'm interested about what you're hearing about immigration. And I know something else that's dear to your heart, Wendy, is our international students. And that's been our international students have been such a positive impact to the municipality from our diversity and economics too. You know, what are you hearing in your conversations with the schools and stuff like that? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Through your worship to Councillor Mancini. Councillor, thank you very much for your questions. And so we've been incredibly fortunate through this COVID time. Really, you know, managing the health crisis is the fastest path to economic development and economic recovery. And so we've done, you know, we're world renowned for how we're doing in our particular part of Canada, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Atlantic Canada, between ourselves and New Zealand. And very happy to report that we now have 17 companies that have chosen Halifax since April 1st. And we do much of that work in incredible close collaboration with the province of Nova Scotia through Nova Scotia Business Inc. And between those 17 companies, they're predicted to hire over 1,000 employees. So those would be our recent grads, but also attracting new talent from elsewhere across Canada and around the world. And Mayor Savage has been instrumental in even participating in those virtual hiring fairs, and we're grateful for his leadership. We feel your optimism. We share your optimism. You know, there's one scenario that Halifax could be the most desirable city on the eastern seaboard coming out of COVID time. And all of these factors lead to success. You know, for people to relocate, typically they need employment. So having more existing companies thrive and more companies locate here help attract more people. Also, with the switch to remote work, we're able to attract workers that perhaps work for employers who are headquartered elsewhere. And our team, on our labor team, has been in touch with individuals every day who've been given the green light from their employer elsewhere to work remotely permanently, and they're making the move here to Halifax. Also, on international students, you know, hearing the same optimism echoed by our post-secondary presidents, but they do feel time is of the essence around the optimism and taking advantage of our comparative advantages during this time. So we really need to keep our foot on the gas of promoting the opportunities that we have here, because we're in a unique moment in time where for all of the things that we've already mentioned in terms of beautiful quality of life, our healthy community, our unique urban-rural mix, that we have an opportunity to be even increase our competitiveness in international education, international student recruitment and retention. But we do have to keep our marketing strong. And now there are mechanisms, as I'm sure you've heard in the news, for international students to arrive and quarantine safely. And we look forward to, as more of our country and world is vaccinated come the fall, that we can slowly transition back to having more and more people here.
Yeah, Wendy, thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I may, just one real quick one.
10 seconds.
On the international students piece, are we where we should be with regard to the ability for those students that graduate and want to stay here and want to, either open up their own business or have lots to offer, are we where we should be when it comes to their ability to stay?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Mancini. You know, Canada really has one of the best processes and pathways in the world from transition from international student to permanent resident. And so the mechanism is there, and what we continue to need to press on is giving opportunities to these newcomers, welcoming them into our workplaces or businesses, connecting them through programs like the Connector program to build their professional networks here. So the pathway, the immigration pathway is here and it is good. Now it's about making sure that these individuals feel connected to community and then connected to employment.
Wendy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Look forward to you and I taking a bike ride together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, for such a lovely presentation and thorough report. Nice to see you as well, Corey. Thank you. My question probably is around the inclusive growth and looking at a rural economic strategy and where that fits. When I look at the three themes, I think it fits in inclusive growth, Wendy, but seeing where we support our rural economy is really important, I think, to HRM, and as well working and how we work in consultation, for example, with Develop Nova Scotia, etc., because we've got rural internet deserts, right? So people want to come here, they want to work from home, we want to enjoy our rural community. So how is this strategy going to support the rural economic growth?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Thank you for that question, Councillor. So Halifax's unique rural-urban lifestyle is one thing that makes us so competitive and really sets us apart from other jurisdictions across our country. These are some of the important themes that we're going to be exploring through the consultation process. As Halifax's economic development organization, we serve all of HRM, rural, suburban, and urban. Now, currently, under the current plan, we track progress and through our programs help businesses in every corner of our great city. And I look forward to sharing some of those companies with you. We have, the team was sharing with us many of these projects arose out of the COVID Economic Response and Recovery Plan to help small business come through this challenging time. And we have businesses in rural Halifax in all of our programs, 12 who are already involved in the Shop Here program, developing websites, 7 in our Access Local program, and 8 in our Virtual Advisor program, as well as 20 rural businesses that we're helping through their Atlantic Immigration Pilot designation. So to Councillor Mancini's comments. But I look forward to working with you and all of the councillors on how do we show up, how are we putting our stake in the ground around rural and really speaking to that and addressing it through the development of the plan and through our consultation process.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Wendy and Ian and Corey for your presentation. I know that it's been a tremendous year for you, and I just want to say thank you for all your work and dedication and kind of, doing your best on the economic response and recovery plan and kind of keeping us moving forward in a positive and thoughtful way. I just want to highlight in your presentation, one piece that I think is really, really important, and I'm so happy to see in there, is the piece around looking at inclusive, green, where did that piece go? There we go. Inclusive growth, attainable housing, the green economy, and transportation and logistics. I think that as we grow, sometimes we have to take a step back, as you have done, and look at who is falling through the cracks here, and how do we ensure that we maintain that kind of social foundation while living within our environmental kind of threshold to ensure that we have a sustainable and prosperous, not just economy, but city as a whole. And, you know, the economic plan is just one piece of a bigger puzzle in which all the pieces need to work together. And, you know, when I think about the rural economy, I think about how closely tied that is to our regional plan review, and how we really need to think in terms of a growth strategy for the city, how we create kind of the fertile soil for new businesses to grow and develop. And so I was very pleased to see that piece in here in the economic growth plan, and I can't stress how important that is overall for our continued success. So great work, thank you.
Thank you. I would just maybe at this point say just a couple of words. There are three what we're calling mayor's task forces that have been set up. One is on housing, affordable and attainable housing. One is on a green economy, and the other is on transportation. We haven't met on the transportation one, but been a lot of work on the housing. And you know, it's been my view for a long time that we need more people to be part of our success, as Ian mentioned and Wendy mentioned and Councillor Cuddle mentioned. And so housing is a priority of our plan, and has to be and should continue to be. And I appreciate the work that Wendy and her team have done in looking at growth, inclusive growth, meaning sustainable as well as just, as well as growth for all people. I see one of the councillors has indicated she'd also like to see the businesses that have opened. There was a great article that came out in the publication, The Huddle, this week. And I refer you to The Huddle on March the 4th, an article called "These 14 Companies Set Up Shop in Halifax During the Pandemic" by Trevor Nichols. And if you Google The Huddle and Halifax, you'll get that. And that specifically takes you through a number of these companies who I've had a chance to meet with in job fairs or in recruiting and stuff like that. And I can tell you that companies are looking for places like Halifax that are safe, mid-sized, growing, but they also, more often than you'd think, Wendy, they talk about appreciating a city or a municipality that honors the environment and also diversity and inclusion. That these tend to be the values of a lot of the companies that are looking for a place to go, Wendy, and I think for us that's worked out to our benefit, not just because it's the right thing to do, but it turns out economically it's helpful as well. Okay, Wendy, did you have anything on that? Or?
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely. And to everyone's comments, it's not about growth for growth's sake. It's what can we do as a city when we reach 550,000 people? How can we get that right? And when we're standing in 2031 and look back to today, what do we need to do now so that we're incredibly proud when we're in our future state, when we've met our goals? And I thank Corey Bell for his leadership of the Ad Hoc Development Committee and convening so many of these early conversations to get us to this point of the framework and identifying those emerging themes that really are focused on inclusive, sustainable growth.
Right on. A few years ago, Wendy, I had a company that was looking to come to Halifax, eventually did, and when we were talking to them in the early stages, I spoke proudly of our Pride Festival. And so they made a visit and they timed it to be here during Pride, and they thought it was a great statement by the city of how we do that. So I think that's an awesome thing. All right, colleagues, so I'm going to say thank you very much to Corey. I know he's got work to do and probably tired from staying up late to watch the Habs. Thank you, Ian, and thank you to our wonderful CEO, Wendy Luther. Thank you for that. We're going to go to our question. Ian, are you going to take us on that?
Sure can. Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion. Again, thank you, folks. We will, Councillor Mancini's waving at you all there, so, and Councillor Stoddard. We will move to item 10.1 coming out of, this is information item brought forward. Councillor David Hensby establishing a crosswalk location on the William Porter Connector Road. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring this report forward. I want to thank Brad and Tasso for keep working on the file and trying to get some progress and some results for the residents and especially the children in this particular school that use that crosswalk. I sent out a motion that staff suggested I should put forward to request that we move forward in regards to asking the province again for some changes to the I wouldn't call standards, but request a certain standard be applied for this particular crosswalk request, and I think that may be in the chat. Hopefully, it might be there now. Oh, there it is. I think it might be missing a paragraph there. I see one is blank and then it has 2. Okay, I see. This one's repeated itself. Okay, so Mr. Mayor and Council, I'll put the request on the floor that Halifax Regional Council requests that the mayor send a letter to the Minister of Transportation and Active Transit requesting 1, a reevaluation of the current provincial policy on establishing a pedestrian crosswalk on William Porter Connector Road at Inspiration Drive. The evaluation should follow Transportation Association of Canada guidelines and take into consideration pedestrian desire lines and connectivity to the Porters Lake Elementary School, community center, park, the trail system, and the transit park and ride to the Sandy Point subdivision, and a speed limit reduction to 60 kilometers an hour on the William Porter Connector Road that encompasses the existing school zone area.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Hensby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this is just one of those ongoing discussions we have with different traffic authorities and trying to provide a safer environment for our crosswalk areas in rural parts of HRM, and hope that we have cooperation and the support of council to move this forward, and hopefully we get one of these approved one of these days soon. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to chime in here and note we did discuss this extensively at Transportation Standing Committee, and the concern is more than simply that there should be a crosswalk there so that people can safely cross. For those of you who haven't looked deeply into the report, there is a sidewalk that the province put in when they built what is still a relatively new school, and the sidewalk leads to an intersection at a road that has a speed of, is it 80 or 90, David? 90?
80.
80, right? So, it causes someone who cares about building safe and complete communities in rural Nova Scotia to ask a lot of questions about how that could have been done in the first place. The road is designed to go very fast on, and it runs past a school. And so, hopefully more than just putting up a speed sign can be done. There's a whole bunch of work that needs to be done there. There should be a receiving sidewalk on the other side. There should be curb extensions that narrow the road there. The whole thing is not designed, is not fit for purpose. And I hope the province takes a good long look at it and thinks about putting all those elementary school kids right next to a highway.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Absolutely, yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
In favor of safety for children. Thank you.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes for Sandy Point.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting yes on the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
I'm very happy to support Councillor Hensby and the good people of his district. So in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. We will move forward to reports coming from the CAO's office. 11.1.1. This is a tender for McIntosh Depot replacement.
That's me, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, take it away.
Put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council won award tender number 20 20-190 McIntosh Depot replacement to the lowest bidder, meeting specifications. Bird's Construction Group at the cost of $16,511,602, net HST included, with funding from project account number CB000089 McIntosh Depot replacement as outlined in the financial section of staff report dated February 8, 2021, to increase purchase order number 20707999716 by $283,042.63, net HST included, to EXP Services from project number CB000089 McIntosh Depot replacement as outlined financial applications. Section of staff report dated February 8th, 2021. 3, increased purchase order number 207085687 by $70,024, net HST included, to WSP Canada for project number CB000089 McIntosh Depot replacement as outlined in the financial implications section of staff report dated February 8, 2021.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked a lot of my questions on this project during budget when we were discussing capital, so I don't have much to add to this discussion from there. The only thing I'm wondering from staff, looking at the future Windsor Exchange program, are there any implications of starting this now that might affect what happens when the Windsor Exchange work starts to go? Or are they confident that they'll be able to integrate, if need be, any changes to accommodate this replacement? And what I mean is, it could be road alignments, it could be many different aspects. So I'm just wondering if the Windsor Exchange project is or was part of this discussion.
All right, who do we have on staff for that one? John McPherson, welcome.
Thank you. John McPherson, Manager of Corporate Facility Design and Construction. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Both project teams have been working closely on the designs and making sure that they're integrated. So any road alignments have been accounted for. As well, the timing of the two projects, ours will obviously start first, and we don't see any significant overlap.
Okay, great. That's it. There's some more. I have more. I guess deeper questions I'll ask offline. Just at this point, I have no concerns, so I'm not going to take the time. I'll reach out to you and dig into a little deeper. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Smith. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stark.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of the motion.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, in favor. Thank you. That passes. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you, Ian. The next item has passed on consent. Is item on your agendas of 11.1.2 was a request for quotation, general generator inspection, repair, and maintenance, $1.893 million, 5-year term. That's passed on consent. So we will move then to 11.1.3, which is the first reading, proposed bylaw, S612, an amendment on solid waste resource collection and disposal bylaw, illegal dumping and litter abasement. I have Councillor Mancini on this one first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor, then I have some questions for staff. Let's see here. The Halifax Regional Council will give first reading to bylaw S612, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw S600 respecting solid waste resource collection and disposal as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated February 25th, 2021. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So, no surprise that Councillor Hensby seconded it because Councillor Hensby and I agree on this one, as I think most of our colleagues do. You know, and I being part of the regional chairs, I get to communicate with councillors and staff across the province, and this whole area of illegal dumping is most frustrating. It certainly is. I understand I see that Shannon Betts is on the line. Shannon, thank you for your work on this file. I know Shannon, it's not only because it's her job, but she has a passion for this too, and I appreciate your efforts, Shannon. So we have 2 diversion officers, and plus we have compliance officers that can get involved in this. I have questions about, can you explain, I have a couple of questions, I can give you all the questions and I'll be quiet, you can answer them, but can you explain what an investigation looks like? So when a resident or a councillor calls and says we have some illegal dumping, when that diversion officer or that compliance officer comes out to do an investigation, if you could explain that to us. In that 2016 survey you alluded to in the report, 71% of anytime we find illegal dumping, there's always receipts and documents and bills and etc. to do some of that investigation. So I'd like to hear about that. And I also like to acknowledge that yes, we do have a very high level curbside service that should help to reduce illegal dumping. I also want to find out, when does HRP and RCMP get involved? They do get involved and have issued tickets, but how do they get involved in the situation? And then are there any conversation around when we have a troubled area to use cameras as part of the investigation? So my compliments, Mr. Mayor, to our friends in CBRM, and as you all know, my connection to CBRM, I'm showing my Cape chart right here. They're taking this very seriously, and some of what we have in front of us is based on the model they have up there. And in the report, Shannon, if you could also talk a little more about reverse onus and explaining that may lead into my initial question anyway, but what an investigation looks like, because that's what they do in CBRM, and that's what you're suggesting here also. They also they have been given a full-time police officer to do those investigations. We've asked for that here, but the chief feels that it's not the best uses of his resources. Part of the report is the fines, and range from $200 to $10,000. You know, if staff are listening, my desire is that we should be starting at $5,000 and going up. We really need to be able to show those that are doing illegal dumping, it's going to cost them, and cost them severely. So that's just a comment on that. And
well, why don't we, that's 5 minutes of questions already. Why don't we give Shannon a chance to respond to some of those?
Mr. Mayor, I follow your lead. Thank you, sir. Shannon, give her.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shannon Betts, Diversion Policy Coordinator with Solid Waste Resources. Thank you, Councillor Mancini, for the questions. I'm going to address a few of them, and then I'm going to call in on Tanya Phillips to give me a hand answering the question that you had on investigation practices, because currently our Municipal Compliance Office does conduct some investigations around illegal dumping. So she'd be better posed to answer that. With regards to finding, identifying information in bags, I'll jump into that because that does play into the reverse onus clause that you mentioned. So what's happened in some other municipalities is that they've included this clause within their bylaw that if they find an identifying name and address, something that identifies a person within that material, they are deemed to be the person responsible and the owner of that material. And the onus then rests on that person to either take responsibility for it or to identify how that material left from their possession into the place where it was illegally dumped. Finding that type of evidence doesn't preclude or doesn't override the necessity to find other evidence and to build a case against that. But it does certainly help in identifying who the responsible parties are. In speaking with our counterparts in other municipalities, they've also indicated that it's very rare that the reverse onus clause has actually had to be tested in court, because generally when you show up at someone's doorstep and say, we found these bags that have your name in them, people tend to take responsibility pretty quickly. So they do feel that it has been a very effective tool in being able to solve some of those cases where where the identifying information is found. As far as the involvement of HRP and RCMP, currently the primary provisions for laying charges in illegal dumping and litter cases lie in the Environment Act, and municipal bylaw compliance officers and our diversion planning officers don't have the ability to lay charges in that. So if we find evidence and build a case against someone where Environment Act charges would be appropriate, we would then have to call in the RCMP or Halifax Regional Police to actually lay those charges. So by incorporating these provisions within our bylaw, we would actually have a broader ability to be able to lay charges without having to involve those police resources. Let me see here. Your next question was around cameras and surveillance. That is definitely something that's been happening at different in different municipalities around the province. Compliance officers are using surveillance cameras to find, if they have a problem area, for example, they will set up cameras, and they have successfully used those to capture the evidence that they need to
do we do that? Is HRM doing that though? You said other.
Currently, we are not. We are actually in the process of looking at some options to do that, and we have a pilot project that we're beginning to implement. And the intent of that pilot project is to kind of figure out how that works and sort of some best practices around that. And the hope is that we would be able to employ that in other areas in the municipality. So definitely something that's on our radar. You mentioned that there's a police officer in CBRM who's been employed to oversee their bylaw and their solid waste bylaw. We think that that's a great opportunity. Here in Halifax, we have a different perhaps type of policing model where we have a community-based police model, and we feel that if we have some dedicated resources and the ability to, to have our diversion planning officers focus on illegal dumping, we can then involve the community police officers as needed. If there are certain cases where we need some extra support, and those officers are embedded within the community, so they're very familiar with what's happening. So we feel that we can develop a model that will incorporate those opportunities, to work together and build those relationships. And I'm going to flip it over to Tanya now, and she can explain what happens currently with illegal dumping cases that are reported to HRM.
Thank you, Shannon.
Tanya.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Thank you, Shannon. Currently, what happens with illegal dumping cases is when it comes through 311 as a call, individuals are asked if they were able to have firsthand account to witness either the individual that was doing the dumping or a vehicle that may have been used at the site that was observed involved in the dumping. Those statements are taken 311. They come over to our compliance officers. We then conduct a site inspection. to determine if materials are still present and document anything that we see on scene. And then we'd follow up with any witnesses with respect to what was observed when the materials were dumped. And then we'd also, if a license plate was documented, we would certainly run that information and obtain that information around the license plate, follow up with any individuals that were believed to be involved with the dumping. And if there's evidence to support moving forward with charges, we would certainly do that. If there is no witness or no evidence to follow up on, and also in certain circumstances there aren't even materials present when we arrive on scene, then that certainly limits our ability to follow through with a further investigation. So that's our current practice and what's being done in following up with those complaints when they arrive on our desk.
Thank you. I'll come back again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Cuddle, you would put your name on the list to speak, so I'll go to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering how that worked, and
yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, I see. After you.
I did submit something to speak about this on Friday. Yeah. Okay. So, really excited to see this coming forward. First of all, it's a complaint. Illegal dumping is a complaint I hear about all the time out here in District 11. And obviously we need some amendments. I'm also excited to hear workarounds, such as putting litter receptacles on site through drive-throughs and working and collaborating with other organizations like RAN or the CFIB to kind of address that everyday litter of all those Tim Hortons cups that we have in the ditches around here. One of my main concerns is about the resources, and HRP is responsible for all of Sambro Loop out here. It's about 40 kilometers of road. It goes into, very rural areas. And I think the reliance on the CROs is it's not going to be that effective. Spryfield used to have 4 CROs. And now we have 1. HRP has greatly reduced the number of CROs we actually have in the city, and they play such a critical role in working with communities and community members that I think piling this onto them on the side of their desk isn't really the enforcement we need to make a course correction in our litter, in our fight against litter and illegal dumping. And I would really ask that HRP reconsider the resources that they can allocate to this initiative. And it's not necessarily needs to be like, a long-term thing, but right now we have a problem. And it needs to be addressed, and it really needs somebody, who has their finger on the pulse, I believe, to make a difference. Because what's the point of having all these fines if there's actually no resources to enforce it, not enough resources to enforce it? So, that I would say that would be one of my biggest concerns here. And in terms of the process, I just had a resident actually call about some illegal dumping that happened just this week. He called 311 and he called HRP, and he was told, the receptionist said they checked with the supervisor who transferred his call to 311. A very nice lady at 311 said that unless I witnessed the dumping, there was nothing HRM could do about it. So I do think there is a lot of confusion around the process still, and I'm hoping that through this new initiative, that some of that can be cleared up, because I hear that all the time. There's not consistency in how litter complaints or illegal dumping complaints are responded to. And because we have 311 and HRP and RCMP, I think there's a lot of things falling through the cracks. My last comment is just about the campaign. And in that regard, I would say, that is great. We need a bold campaign. Part of this is about a cultural mindset shift, and really, kind of getting rid of this culture that it's okay to illegally dump or throw your cup out the window. And so I think that we should be really bold in that. And so my question is, who will be leading that initiative, that campaign, in terms of the design and the messaging? will it be done internally? Are we going to hire someone externally? And kind of what are the plans around that right now, or at least the thinking?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. To your first point, Councillor Cuddle, what you said about confusion to residents around who to contact and who's doing what, and potentially some calls falling through the cracks. That's one of the big reasons why we're making this proposal and why we're recommending that the sort of the ownership and the lead of this topic come into the solid waste department. That way we can be the primary point of contact and we can bring in those other resources as needed and not burden the RCMP or the Halifax Regional Police officers with these types of calls. And we definitely see that as an important piece to this. And you know, we know that residents do see calling 311, and they see the municipalities being the sort of lead in handling these types of topics. So we think it's important that that continue. As far as the campaign would be led through the solid waste department as well. We see expanding upon the Let's Be Clear, Litter Doesn't Belong Here campaign that we already have. We do see there being some additional resources specific to illegal dumping being incorporated into that. So we would like to see things like educating the public about what the fines are and what the sort of consequences are for illegal dumping, letting them know how to report illegal dumping incidents. Also things like, you know, if you're going to hire someone to remove material from your home to dispose of, make sure you ask for a tipping scale slip to ensure that that material was properly disposed of. You know, things like that. So we have some very robust ideas on how we're going to do that, and it would be a mix of some in-house resources, and we would likely go outside as well and request some assistance to develop some new pieces for that.
Yeah, I think that's necessary. I think that this needs to be like a really well thought out, full on campaign. And just one last thing is about the with the people getting ticketed if they leave their garbage out all week. I get calls here that garbage gets missed all the time, and sometimes it's out on the street for 3-4 days, and the residents are calling to complain that their garbage was never picked up. So let's just make sure we're not finding people whose garbage hasn't been picked up by our haulers, okay? That would be good. Thank you. Councillor
Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to ask staff about, pick on what Councillor Cuddle was just talking about. There's one part that is not about solid waste collection and disposal. It's the proposed section 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 on page 16 of the proposed bylaw related to keeping the area between the property line and the curb clear and 24 hours notice. So we had a discussion when we were having lots of problems with garbage on student move out day about 2 years ago, and I believe I made a motion, and maybe this is part of the answer to the staff report. And so I'm kind of looking as much Shannon at Tanya about this. Was we had discussed removing the warning period, and perhaps Councillor Cuddle has just given us a reason why we would keep the warning period. But you know, certainly what was happening on the peninsula was that we were spending an inordinate amount of staff time putting notices up on buildings where, like, you know, you can't have garbage in front of your house the day after garbage day. Like, I wonder at the value of spending staff time going out and warning people that they haven't met their obligation that is really clear. It's the same every week. So I'm wondering, is this the answer to that? Have we decided for, you know, legal reasons and whatever that a warning is still appropriate, or is there more coming on this? Do we have to have a warning period? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is a report coming on that. Okay. The reason that this was included with this set of amendments was just where we were making other amendments to S600. It seemed an appropriate time to add this in where it was an obvious gap in the bylaw to begin with. So yeah, there's definitely more coming.
But yeah, I didn't point out the fact that that wasn't in there before is a thing. Oh my goodness, right? So good to see it there, and I'm glad to see the other reports coming, and I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I was looking at the definitions for this and actually looking at everything that had changed through the bylaw, and the definitions caught my eye, and part of it was around the term owner. And I'm just wondering how an owner works when the owner is municipal, provincial, or federal government. We have a couple of different types of properties that would be considered there. One of them is, of course, industrial, commercial, that type of thing. But the other one is residential. So there are some homes where people are living and they are provincially owned. And sometimes the garbage makes it to the curb and sometimes it doesn't. And if it does or if it doesn't, well, I suppose predominantly if it doesn't, what happens in that case where it is provincially owned? And if there is stuff that is dumped on the side of the road on provincial or federal property, if we can't find an owner of the garbage, what do we do? I'll start with that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In the case of properties that would be owned by the municipal, provincial, or federal governments, as far as responsibility for cleaning up the material, ultimately, in any case, even if it's privately owned, the responsibility to clean up the material ultimately resides with the property owner, and that would be the same with different levels of government being the owner. You know, that's why we see it as important to find any way we can to identify the person responsible for dumping the material and making them responsible for the cleanup. But unfortunately, ultimately, it is always the responsibility of the property owner to make that clean.
Okay, so in the case of, for example, the provincial or federal government, who do we get in touch with? Do we have some sort of agreement with them to say, you are responsible, please send natural resources or whoever it is to clean up the litter on this property?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we would identify through our property records and mapping systems that we have who the owner of those properties are. The thing with you know, what we're proposing as far as these amendments go is that it would give us more opportunities to make those connections, you know, with the provincial and the federal government. So if we receive a complaint that there is an illegal dump site on federal land, for example, we could contact the appropriate federal department and work with them and perhaps find, you know, if we're able to identify the offender, we can work with them to, you know, to resolve that aside from them having to clean it up themselves.
Okay. Thank you. There were comments earlier about dumping, just plain dumping, and one of the things, we have a couple of sites in this area where people are known to dump. There is parkland adjacent to the road, and I'm wondering about no dumping signs. Are we able to get more no dumping signs for targeted locations where we know there is a habit of those locations receiving just dumping? And Mr. Mayor, feel free to cut me off. I would do the same.
Well, you got 75 seconds left.
Wonderful, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's definitely something that we can look at. You know, we can work with different departments, you know, whether they be municipal or provincial, depending on the location, and certainly look at what type of signage may be appropriate. If we do get into conducting any surveillance, then obviously we would want to start looking at signs that indicate this area is under surveillance. So it's definitely something that we'll keep note of and look at opportunities for. Okay,
thank you. And in a very last point, I echo what Councillor Cuddle said about reports about HRM can't do anything unless the dumping is actually witnessed. And I echo Councillor Mancini when he was talking about we need higher fines. This is a problem. We have to do something. It degrades our municipality, and people should be responsible for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, and Shannon, thank you very much for this work on this bylaw. It's long overdue, highly anticipated. The reverse ownership is going to be the responsibility for us to crack down on any piece of identification found in dump trash to go back and find the source and have it dealt with appropriately. My only concern, though, is that I think we need to do more outreach with our community partners out there. I've been asking for more transfer stations where places people can take their stuff to be dumped. They're not all going to go travel the whole Eastern Shore to come to Ross Road, the closest C&D site for recycling materials. They're going to find the closest dark end of dirt road somewhere and dump it away, or worse yet, burn it. You know, these things we're kind of worried about the burning of roofing shingles and stuff like that. So I'd rather see us try to be a little more creative with our partners in the retail sector. You know, extended EPR, extended responsibility of the producer is one thing, but I like to think that we could have perhaps extra bins at each of the building supply stores. I got 4 building supply stores in the Eastern Shore. Why not have a partnership with them where they can charge a small little dumping fee for people returning or who bought building materials in the first place? They want to get rid of the stuff they renovate it with. They can at least take it to the local hardware store or the building supply store and dump it in the bin there for $5 or $10 a trunk load, whatever, instead of driving an hour and a half, 2 hours to Ross Road to deal with it appropriately. You know, or even have our transfer stations equipped with extra bins to take this source separated materials. It's very frustrating that you know, we're trying to do our best to try to stop illegal dumping, but we also make it difficult because some people don't want to pay that fee for dumping appropriately and responsibly. But at least we should have some facilities made available that is more convenient for them. And that's what I find the frustrating thing is people won't wait for garbage day to put it out. They'll put it out when they have their shed cleaned out, or they're cleaning up the house or the basement, whatever the case may be. That's when it goes out. So you know, I find it so frustrating. All this stuff could be source separated properly and dumped appropriately, but sometimes it just doesn't get that way. And I'm hoping that there's a couple times this year that we do some major public relations on this. We have Environment Week coming up the first week of June, and we have Waste Reduction Week coming up in October. I think those 2 periods we should be looking at doing a major anti-dumping campaign and talk about the new changes of bylaw and what responsibilities come with that. So I'm looking forward to that, but I think we need more creative solutions and working with the industry out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is really great to see this come forward, and I certainly will be supporting it, but I want to echo Councillor Hensby's thoughts on ways to work collaboratively in the communities and with partners, potential partners, because every time throughout my entire career, when I see sites where there's been dumping, I usually get a call from someone in the community, and I'll go take a look because I like to see it from firsthand. My question goes straight to, why the devil would someone do this? And I want to know if we're putting our minds to those questions. We are the providers of waste management. It is it's our ship to drive. We do it through our contracts. But there is something fundamentally wrong, I think, when we are finding that residents are choosing this route. And I think that it akins to the conversations that we've had in the past. And I've had recently with residents for communities like the District 3, particularly those on the water, where the wind is significant, and we can't put they can't put their garbage in receptacles or the recycling into receptacles that are not going to necessarily blow around the community and create this unsightly and a mess of garbage, bags, and in some cases they might end up all sort of collecting due to the wind in a location that looks like a dumping situation, but in fact it's because of the lack of ways that they can successfully contain their own garbage at their own curbside. So when I think about any of these measures, I really hope we are looking closely at, are we doing well enough? Are we giving people the opportunity to properly dispose in a way that, I mean, we can't hold out a silver platter for them and say, here, let's take your garbage. But it's got to be, in keeping with Councillor Hensby, it's got to be manageable in a way that is reachable without having to drive hours, without having to cross Halifax Harbour to go out to a site to dispose of our contaminants, and maybe once a month. And like, it's a lot of folks don't have the capacity to contain and save and keep their waste contained. And then we have, of course, we have those who are, and this often the kinds of waste that we're seeing in dumping is C&D or something significantly large. Then they throw in a few extras, and people who are asked to sort of contain that within their own property, it's easy to kind of then throw your other garbage in the pile, and then we contribute to the attraction of rodents and places for homes for rodents to be to find their nests and tunnel in. And so I think it's a bigger picture approach that we need some thought on. So I certainly will support this at this stage, and I'm still convinced we can do a little better, and I'm still convinced we have some things that are achievable that we can bring forward. The question that I have is around allowing the community the opportunity to bring forward almost like an anonymous tip line to help us get to the people who might be doing this. We have neighbors who know things are happening, but are they willing to step up and be that person that is considered acting out against their neighbor? If someone's willing to go and dump that, they might also be willing to take out their frustration on their neighbors. I don't know if they thought that somebody was blowing the whistle on them, but I think we need to include something like that. And I just like to know, Shannon, do we have enough security for people to say, you know what, I am going to call in because I know so and so did that. I'm kind of leery to do it, but let's make it in a way that's easy for them to help us identify these kinds of crimes, because they are a crime. It's kind of akin to the Crime Stoppers program. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. When residents call 311, if they're making a complaint for any reason, their information is kept anonymous. I can see that some residents may be concerned about that and may not feel comfortable. We can definitely look at ways that we can provide that level of comfort for those residents. For example, through our Halifax Recycles app, there is an option that we can add an illegal dumping reporting tool so that residents can just go right through their phone, and that would come directly to our department. So yeah, definitely some opportunities. I think that we can convey that message and reassure residents that that they are doing that, making that complaint, or that providing that information anonymously. I think just to address as well, comments around other things that we can be doing and working with the community and whatnot. We know that implementing these amendments isn't going to change things overnight, and it's not going to be the magic wand that's going to fix things. But I think what it does is it puts us in a really good position moving forward, that we can look at those opportunities and we can really, gather some data and look at what's happening out there, because that's something that we're kind of missing right now. Is we see the illegal dump sites and we see the litter happening. But to really get a good handle on what does illegal dumping look like in our municipality, and I think that will really help us going forward to make those changes and move forward so that we can see a sizable reduction in the activity that's happening now. So that's really kind of our position right now and where we want to go moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council.
Well. Do I have any other time? No, probably not.
Oh, you're 2 minutes and 12 seconds over. I'm not going to charge you. Councillor Lovelace.
And 12 seconds over. Jeepers. Tight ship here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation, Shannon. I know that this is a big
this is a big issue, right? And certainly, I love what Councillor Kent just suggested, around the illegal dumping reporting, making it easier for people to report. I mean, certainly in District 13, we have spots that are consistently used as, the community dumping site because, up until the implementation of these changes, really we have been enabling illegal dumping. Companies that come in, provide a great reduced cost to do construction work or roofing work. There is no requirement for them to actually go and dispose of those items properly. And so, I think what we're doing here is we're tightening things up, and that's good. Certainly, we know that the behavior of litter, there is a psychology involved here, and it becomes a habit. And when we create a city or create a community that doesn't consistently have garbage receptacles, then we know that what we're doing is creating people who litter, right? The strongest predictor of littering is not having access to actually put that garbage, whether it's a candy bar wrapper or it's construction waste. So certainly while we do need to increase the education efforts throughout the entire municipality, we also need to help people have a place to put the garbage. And obviously we've heard that from Councillor Hensby. And so, thinking about ways that we can actually work with the communities, with the partners, including with parks. That's something that that I find frustrating, is that we have these trailheads, and sure, maybe they're not formalized trailheads, but they are used every single day by the community. And yet there is no signage, there's no clear sense of, at the end of the day, what is the fine for illegal dumping. And again, when we look at these rural areas, that are within provincial jurisdiction, people are calling the Department of Environment, but perhaps they should be calling 311, but they're not really sure who they should be calling. So, I think firming up this clear line of responsibility is really helpful. Educating the public is helpful, but making it easy for people to change their behavior, I think, is really what we need to get at, so that we're not enabling illegal dumping. But the other thing too is addressing some of these areas where people have been illegal dumping for generations, right? We've got some sites where it's just, we've always dumped there. We've always just taken our garbage there, because either they can't afford to dump it properly, they don't have a vehicle where they can take it, there's a whole host of reasons. And so, while I recognize that, yeah, we should be shaming people for dumping, but we should also be helping people who need assistance, whether it's cleaning out a senior's home, for example, that, helping people with hoarding. There's a whole host of things that we need to do. So Shannon, happy to work with you to address some of these issues in District 13. I know it's a big issue. And thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this back. These appear to be welcome and good and positive changes. When I was reading the report, I was reflecting back some broken tiles in there. Being a small community, there was only 2 houses under construction on the street, so my mom and I, we grabbed the stuff up, put it in the back of the truck, and buzzed back to the construction sites. One of them had a dumpster, so not them. The other one didn't, and when we stuck our head in, sure enough, there's 2 workers in there laying tile on the ground. So needless to say, they got their trash back. And for situations like that, where it's a business, where it's a contractor, where it's someone who is just out of greed, avoiding their responsibilities, yeah, absolutely. Throw the book at them. There should be no tolerance for that sort of thing. The flip side, though, is, and I want to raise this, I think Councillor Lovelace hit on it too, is in the report, it references the survey results that in a large number of situations of illegal dumping, it's someone that's going through a significant life-changing event, whether it's a death in the family, whether it's they're getting evicted from their home, whatever's going on, they are not at their best self in that moment. And to be overly punitive to someone in that kind of vulnerable moment is, I don't think, a very, that's not the point of public policy to me. So I think Councillor Lovelace is correct. We need to be ready to work with people who make mistakes in a difficult moment in their lives. That's not saying they're not responsible, but to throw $10,000 fines at them in that instance would make absolutely no sense. So it's appropriate that there's a range here in the bylaw. We clearly do need to change something here. I was quite startled when looking through it and seeing, well, I mean, basically your odds of getting a ticket under the current bylaw are next to nothing, right? We issue almost none. It's so low. So clearly reversing the onus, I think, is a positive step. Hopefully it will hold up in court most of the time. Rather than looking at, and I was a little confused. So one of my questions on this is, that dynamic between HRP versus bylaw, because I mean, where I'm kind of coming from on this is I'm increasingly of the mindset that it's not really HRP that we need stationed to be chasing down illegal dumping. I mean, for an officer making over $100,000 a year that's trained in deadly force, that's maybe not the best use of resources. Where I'm kind of thinking we might need to be with this and things like noise complaints and such is towards 24-hour bylaw.
You've gone on mute, Councillor.
You're muted.
I wonder how that happened. Ghost mute. I don't know where that cut off at, but anyway, I think rather than police, 24-hour bylaw support might be where we need to go in the coming years as a municipality, not just for this, but also in other areas, whether it's parking enforcement, whether it's noise complaints, etc. So how does it work, like, outside of, like, because it seems like, well, there's a separate act that the police use, and then there's our bylaw. And like, am I understanding that correctly? Like, where there's two different approaches for the same sort of problem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the way that our bylaw is right now, there are a couple provisions that both municipal compliance and the solid waste diversion officers can use, and the HRP can use these as well. So those would specifically pertain to if someone left bags of garbage at the end of your driveway. So that's placing material curbside at a property that doesn't belong to you. And the other one is placing material in commercial containers. So those are two specific items in our bylaw that can be addressed, and tickets can be issued under bylaw S600 right now. The difference comes in anything that would have to be enforced under the Provincial Environment Act. And municipal staff, municipal officers don't have the ability to issue tickets against the Environment Act. So that's where the HRP or RCMP would have to become involved, because they have that authority.
Does our bylaw basically duplicate the provisions of the Environment Act so that our bylaw officers can deal with, the same sort of thing?
That's essentially what we did. Yeah. Okay.
So that to me that makes sense because we're more likely, I think, to be able to put the focus on this as bylaw officers than we are as HRP, who have many bigger fish to fry.
Councillor, you'll have to come back if you want to keep going.
Sure, I've got one more. I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Shannon, for this information in your presentation. I have litter problems in District 12 as well. I had a couple of parents that wanted to do a litter pickup campaign around one of the schools in this area. And they went online and they asked questions and they weren't able to find the support they needed. I know you talk about getting picks and bags and gloves, but they really had a hard time navigating to get those answers. And then of course they came to me, and I said, I'll find out for you. And I'm just wondering if there's an easy way to get this information, because especially when you have people that are willing to pick up garbage.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the municipality has long supported the Great Nova Scotia Pick Me Up, and that's the program that we use to encourage residents and to support them in their litter cleanup efforts. So if you go to halifax.ca/litter, that has all of the information on that program. And there's also the opportunity there to connect with the solid waste education staff through our wasteless@halifax.ca email address. And our staff there would definitely be able to help any residents or any groups who would be interested in setting up and establishing a litter cleanup. We can definitely help them with that.
I know now because of COVID, we're not able to, but maybe once the restrictions are lifted, we can do some type of campaign in the high schools and elementary schools, because I think littering starts there. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of the teenagers are just eating things and just throwing it down. I'm not saying that older people don't do that, but I think education starts there. The other thing I wanted to mention is, what about the bags that fall off garbage trucks and recycling trucks? I mean, I know we can't follow behind them, but is there some type of responsibility to the contractor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there definitely is, and it's actually a universal rule. It's within our bylaw S600, and I believe that under the Motor Vehicle Acts, there are provisions as well that any vehicle that is transporting waste must secure their load. So really that wouldn't only apply to the collection vehicles that are transporting waste from pickup location to the facility, but any kind of material you have in the back of your truck. So oftentimes you'll see coffee cups and pieces of plastic and whatnot blowing out of the back of trucks. If there's any type of material in the backs of those vehicles, they should be tarped and the material secured.
Okay, on that point, I notice a lot of the garbage trucks have that netting, but a lot of times there's holes in it. It's not fixed down properly, so stuff goes flying out. Everything from a bag to paper. So I don't know if that's something we can keep an eye on, because it does cause a lot of litter especially on the highway when they're zipping along.
Yes, and anything we often receive through 311 to that effect. So please encourage anyone who sees that to call 311. That will come through to our department, and we'll follow up with the specific waste haulers and have them remedy that issue.
Do I have any time for another question, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Thank you. Just to Councillor Lovelace's point about garbage receptacles, is there any number of receptacles that should be, pardon me, in a particular district, like at bus stops or entrances to schools? Is there a particular number that we look at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is actually a report pending that will be going through the Environment and Sustainability Standing Committee that is going to outline what the current standards are for litter receptacles in the municipality, including the number of receptacles that are out there. So that report would probably be better equipped to answer questions on that.
That would be awesome, because I noticed there's a lot of my bus stops and corners or places where I would think there should be a garbage can that there isn't. I guess that's all for now. If I have any more, I'll come back, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Diego Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Shannon and Tanya. It's nice to meet you virtually. We've spoken on the phone because in District 1 there are quite a few issues around illegal dumping. And, Perrin Drive, for example, is one that even when I was campaigning, I could see where the illegal dumping is happening. And I'm wondering if in the survey that was done, do you guys know exactly sort of those hot spots? And how do we watch for them, I guess is one thing. And then the other is that we have some properties that are owned by persons who are out of province. So trying to find owners who are out of province and help them to clean up their property. That was one question that I had. And a shout out actually to your department, because there is two gentlemen in Fall River, the Hart brothers, that started the Ditch Diver Society, because it really is, it happens in our own neighborhoods. You know, for the last couple of years, we've done our cleanup days and taken all the streets in Fall River and tried to clean up all the ditches and stuff. So working with community groups, you guys have done a really, really nice job with that. So really appreciate it and love the education that happens for our youth and in the school systems. So the beautiful work that's done there. With Councillor Hensby, because if we don't give people options of where they can go a couple of times a year, if we can build that into a plan, I think giving people other options is a great thing to get done. And then at trail, when we talk about where garbage cans receptacles are, I'm wondering about at trailheads. We enjoy all of our parks and our trails and hiking and everything like that. And I'm just wondering about the potential of where receptacles are at all of our trailheads. Thanks.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, regarding the survey, I believe that the survey that I referenced in the report was a survey of municipalities, and that was looking at some specific cases that they had dealt with around illegal dumping. But one of the anticipated outcomes that we're hoping from what we're pursuing now is that we'll be able to identify those local hotspots and work with the property owners to find ways to prevent any future dumping from happening. So that's definitely something that is on our radar. I'm wondering, Tanya, did you want to, would you be able to talk about the out of province piece and how identifying property owners and how that works?
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of situations in properties that we're dealing with cases on throughout HRM where property owners are out of province. So we do have access to database information with the province with those records to contact individuals, and some of them aren't even aware what's happening at their properties. So we bring that to their attention, have conversations with them, and help them come up with some type of a compliance plan. And consult with them in a process to try to, prevent that behavior from continuing to happen. And a lot of it is looking at opportunities to restrict access sometimes to their properties, because sometimes it's just very accessible and people take advantage of that opportunity. So once we alert them to what's happening, then they take measures to mitigate that from occurring in future. Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
And just about receptacles at trailheads.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There is the report I mentioned that's forthcoming does also talk about different receptacles in other areas, and the active transportation and the trails are something that's discussed in that. The other thing that I would add is that once we sort of get into this project and what we're planning is that we'll be able to identify if there are some problem areas in those spaces as well. So it's definitely something that we can help work with the local community and the organizations that look after and maintain those trails to see how we can help with those as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There's a few people that want to speak again. Councillor Mancini, did you want to close or did you want to go now?
It doesn't matter, whatever works for you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
you, Mr. Mayor. You can tell Mr. Mayor and staff, the number of people speaking on this topic, how important it is for us and our residents. So in the report, Shannon, you talked about providing litter receptacles or mandating that businesses provide the receptacles, including drive-throughs. Have you had a conversation with the business community on this? In particular, drive-throughs like Tim Hortons used to always provide receptacles. They stopped. And the reason why they stopped, because they're required to sort. And that's why. So I'm wondering if there's been conversation, because I think we should be working with our businesses on that issue to come up with the appropriate solution. In the report, you're recommending hiring one person. I support that. Is that enough? That's the question. I mean, if you had another person, does that help us to take this to where most of us want this to go? And so if you could answer that, and then a couple of comments, and I'll stop. The camera program, you're doing a pilot, that's great. Like to be made sure we're aware of what's going on with that, because I think we should be telling those that are legally dumping, we are watching you, right? And potentially if you're doing that over and over again, we're going to catch you. Councillor Smith, I know you're paying attention. Board of Police Commission, I think I would ask you to bring up with the police at the Police Commission with RCMP and HRP that we need their help on this. Yes, Councillor Austin, I know that they have a lot of things to do, but they are paid to do a lot of different things. So whether it's the most outrageous crime or helping us with illegal dumping, they play a role in my opinion. And the bowl campaign, Councillor Cuddle, I agree with that. I'm okay with shaming people that continue to do this. And if it was up to me, I'd put up a billboard with their name on it. Let all their neighbors know what they're doing. So thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. With respect to the provision on drive-throughs, as we were drafting these amendments, we did not consult directly with the businesses. As you know, the provisions that we took were based on what happened in CBRM, and we felt that the direction of using that as a best practice and feedback that we've received from the public and from members of council was that, the priority was to give members of the public as many opportunities as they can to properly dispose of their litter. And I guess sort of an unintended, what's happened, we see what's happened with COVID-19 in the last year and public health restrictions with dining rooms being closed and whatnot. So people are using those drive-throughs more often. So there is concern that, if you're not walking into a business, you're not passing a litter receptacle, there may be, some people may be inclined to, throw those items out the window as opposed to, tossing it in a bin that would be available through the drive-through. So
cut you off because the mayor's going to cut me off in a second. I support that. I just ask that you speak to our businesses. We talk about Tim Horton cups, and I don't want to give Tim Hortons a hard time. They're willing to work with us. They're just so popular. They're such a big part of the market. As I saw Councillor Blackburn drink out of her Tim Hortons mug just a second ago. Let's work with the businesses on that. I agree that they should have the receptacles. That's all my point. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
For sure. And we definitely, we always have education. It's an education approach to enforcement. So we do definitely want to work with the businesses on things like that. Your question around hiring one person, and is that enough? I think one is a good place to start. We can definitely see from there, what kind of traction we get. And we did indicate in the report that we would commit to reporting back to the Environment Committee frequently on how we're progressing with that. So I think that that's definitely an opportunity to get additional feedback on how that's going and if that's being effective enough.
Thank you, Shannon.
Councillor Blackburn.
I'm sorry, did you call on me?
Yes, Councillor Blackburn. I don't think
Thank you very much. I have not, and I will be very short. When it comes to enforcement, I am all for name and shame. And when it comes to cutting down on the amount of waste, and when it comes to working with the producers, I have just 3 words for you: extended producer responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm just, I think we kind of skipped over that part around enough people in my first go around, just around the CROs, the community response officers and Halifax Regional Police. And so I like the idea that was just presented about bringing it back to the Police Commission and making sure that we do have the proper resources, not just with the bylaw officers, but with law enforcement, because this is illegal dumping, and it is a big issue. In terms of working with businesses, I would also suggest working with like the recycling people, like the construction and demolition people. You know, I get lots of complaints along Prospect Road of people going to the C&D and garbage flying off the backs of their trucks. And in speaking with the operator there, it's not the people who do it as a business because they know how to tie down their garbage. It's kind of like the one-off folks. And that ends up being litter at the side of the road. The other day, a piece of metal flew off the back of a truck into the hood of a woman's car, like punctured the metal. So I think some education around even hauling litter like that is a good idea, and maybe even working with the companies who do the C&D or the metal recycling, or, you know, the tires and the transfer stations, just around how do you haul garbage. Could be something to think about in the campaign. And as for the community cleanups, I had a group who was interested in this in my district just recently, and I went to that site and I found it was like there's a lot of words there without a lot of clear direction. And that's where, you know, I think our messaging and our, you know, we need to be on point here. Like, you know, we need to up it a level, because that did leave me confused about how to do anything. And when you go to the Great Pick-Me-Up, you see Lunenburg and Yarmouth. It's not HRM specific. And also in terms of the community groups that collect the garbage, they're being told you take it and put it on your put it with your regular garbage collection. HRM used to, I don't know, I think you still must, but I mean, in any community cleanups I've been involved in the past, HRM would come and collect the garbage from the community cleanups. Are we still doing that, or now? Okay, because the website doesn't talk about that at all. It says if you need help to call 311. So, you know, just some areas where I think we could have some greater clarity. And in areas where there's development happening and new construction, I've got construction debris blowing all over everywhere. And it's in rivers, and so where are we working with developers in enforcing how they manage construction sites and debris spread? Does that fall under you, or does that fall? I don't even know who that falls under, but it's a big issue anywhere where there's construction going on, and I think that that's part of the problem we need to have a solution to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, with respect to construction sites are actually specifically identified under the provisions that we're proposing for litter. So if there are issues with litter blowing around those sites, it would be something that covered under this. So definitely something that we can address. With respect to the community cleanups, I can touch base with you later just to discuss some of those concerns that you pointed out with the website and whatnot, and we'll see what we can do to get that information cleared up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard's indicated her question taken offline. Councillor Austin, did I miss you? I saw your face pop on the screen, but were you coming back?
All I wanted to ask was it could wait for TPW's budget presentation. Thanks.
Okay. Nobody else? Then I'll thank you, Ms. Betts. Thank you, Shannon, and thank you, Tanya, as well. We'll go to the question, Ian.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Cuddle, or District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
You're muted, Patty.
Yep, sorry, there we go. In favor of the motion.
Thank you. District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhitt.
In favor.
1, Councillor Dale Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, that carries. Thank you, and thank you to our staff. Colleagues, before we do our break, Councillor Smith has indicated he's got another, I think, FCM-related issue. So if everybody's okay, I propose that we move 11.4.1 up to here. Is everybody okay with that? I've seen some responses that folks agree with that. If anybody's not in favor of that, you can explain that to Lindell separately. Okay, so let's, colleagues, then move to 11. And we have staff here for this one.
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Good, sir. Aaron Murnahan. Okay, Councillor Smith, take us away on 11.4.1. This is from Heritage Advisory. Substantial alteration to municipal heritage, registered heritage property 2438 Gottingen. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For what I'm going to do is I want to put the motion on the floor, but I think there's a presentation, so I'll let the presentation happen first.
Okay, I don't think I knew there was a presentation, but that's fine. Go ahead, Aaron.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. We figured there would be some questions on this one, so we had a presentation in hand. And I think given the fact that this has been taken off the consent agenda, it's likely that there will be some questions that might require some context for members of council. My name is Aaron Murnahan. I'm Principal Heritage Planner with Planning and Development, and I have for you today case 800482, which is in regard to a proposed substantial alteration to 2438 Gottingen Street, Halifax, which is also known as Victoria Hall. Next slide, please. The applicant in this case is Fathom Studios on behalf of the property owner, Joseph Arab. As I mentioned, the heritage building in this case is known as Victoria Hall, and this substantial alteration is required as part of case 22115, which is an application for a development agreement to allow a multi-unit residential building to be built in the rear yard of this building. Policy 6.8 under the Halifax plan allows for development agreements on heritage properties to encourage their adaptive reuse and to encourage new investment in the heritage properties to ensure their conservation. And I should note that a previous iteration of this proposal was the subject of a negative recommendation by HAC, and it was deferred by Regional Council on their meeting of July the 1st, 2020, with the intention that staff would go back and work with the developer to bring what was a 16-story proposal down and in line with the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places. Next slide, please. The location, many of you will be familiar with this building, but it is a large Victorian institutional building built in 1885 that is on a through lot between Gottingen Street and Creighton Street, and that's near Charles Street in Halifax's north end. Next slide, please. And this application is coming in for consideration under the Heritage Property Act. A substantial alteration, which is what's being proposed by the applicant, means any action that affects or alters the character defining elements of a property. Advance one, please. And character defining elements essentially are the materials, forms, location, configurations, uses, and associations that contribute to the heritage value of a building or a place and must be retained in order to retain its heritage value. Next slide, please. And central to our discussion today is Standard 11. It was the fact that the previous 16-story application was not found to be in conformance with the standard that we're back here today. Standard 11 states that we must conserve the heritage value and character defining elements of a place when creating any new additions and any new related construction, that we must make new work physically and visually compatible with, subordinate to, and distinguishable from the historic place. And the key word here is subordinate. Next slide, please. So the first of the intended alterations to this property is the removal of a rear wing and this was a wing that was added in 1904 to this building. It's in a slightly different architectural style. It was never meant to be seen from the public right-of-way. It's very simple in its architectural form. Staff felt that the removal of this addition was warranted in this case, and the proponent plans to reinstate the rear wall of this building with interpretive panels showing the history of the property over time. Next slide, please. The more significant of the alterations to the property is the addition of the multi-unit building in the rear yard of this property. Property itself is over 36,000 square feet, so it has a significant bit of room in the rear yard. Originally, this applicant came in with a 19-story proposal. It was then downsized to 16 stories, which is the elevation image that you see on the left-hand side of the screen. And following its deferral by Regional Council, the applicant took some of the recommendations coming out of the Heritage Advisory Committee and discussions with staff and brought the proposal down to a 13-story proposal with a mid-rise portion of 10 stories. Next slide, please. And as you can see, one of the main reasons why staff are recommending in favor of the new proposal is the amount of the new building that you can now see behind Victoria Hall. On the left is the 16-story proposal. You can see that from the public right-of-way in front of Victoria Hall, you would have been able to see several stories of that building. Following the change in the design, the proportion of that building that you can now see from the public right-of-way has been diminished considerably. Next slide, please. And here you can see a rendering. This is from the public open space across Gottingen Street. I have asked for a rendering from the applicant for the view from the sidewalk directly in front of Victoria Hall. That should be available in time for the development agreement proposal to come forward to Community Council. Next slide, please. And in summary, staff feel that the removal, again, of the rear addition is warranted in this case, as that addition did not contain many character-defining elements associated with the rest of the building and was of a newer architectural style. The construction of the 13-story building, staff feel, is warranted because the reduction in height reduces the amount of the new building that can be seen from behind Victoria Hall. It is set back considerably, over 100 feet from Gottingen Street. And also they've simplified the articulation, the colors, and the design of the new building to ensure that the much more ornate, colorful facade of Victoria Hall remains dominant on the site. Next slide, please. It's important to note that this is one part of a two-part process. The development agreement process will be coming back to Halifax and West Community Council. Currently, this is the last stage in the substantial alteration. So your decision today is really whether the new building behind Victoria Hall meets Standard 11 and is appropriate for the site and appropriate for the heritage building. Once we get through this process, we will be returning to the development agreement process. You can see on the right-hand side. We will be doing a detailed analysis of that planning application, other issues such as the building's relation to Creighton Street and its neighboring properties, the amount of density on the site, things of that nature. It will be returning to the Heritage Advisory Committee and then heading on to Halifax and West Community Council, followed by an appeal period. Next slide, please. And here we have a positive recommendation coming out of the Heritage Advisory Committee for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Aaron. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council approves substantial alterations of 2438 Gottingen Street, Halifax, known as Victoria Hall, as proposed on February 10, 2021 staff report and its attachments.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Good to go, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. Go ahead,
thank
sir.
you. And Aaron, thank you for the quick presentation. We've communicated many times on on this project, not just because it's in an important area and you know, residents who live within this vicinity. Sometimes we need to give them more insight on how these development projects work, but also this is different than what we've seen when it comes to substantial alterations and the enabling policies with DA. So there's some two big issues that face us with this discussion, and I'm very thankful for your work on this, and also the community who have been very adamant that they're aware of what's happening as well. So the two questions I have today, and one of them you outlined in the presentation, which was what I was hearing from folks, is the fact that this is a two-pronged process. This enables you and the other aspects, staff and planning and the applicant, to speak about the planning pieces. Because if we were to not pass this today, we can't have those planning discussions, and you know the project dies at this point. And you know, I think that there are some positive aspects to this application as we talk about the heritage, but there are some concerning aspects when we talk about the planning pieces, and I think we need to dig a little deeper on the planning aspect of it. So my first question was if you could clarify that this is a two-prong approach, which you did, so I won't ask you to do that again on the record. The other piece is, and you know, thank you to the applicant for wanting to do this huge undertaking in heritage. But when you look at other heritage restorations that you've seen, what would be necessary in order for you as staff, and this might be a hard one to answer, but what would be necessary in order for you as staff to see as a way forward with the alterations? Because I know they're saying they're going to do $3 million worth of heritage restoration, but you know, on your end, you know, what is the bare minimum in order to, I don't want to use bare minimum, but I'll say it just for ease, bare minimum for an application like this to move forward and have discussions around that? Because really quickly, the 3 million and the building behind it is the applicant is the rationale is we need to do a taller building to pay for the restoration. So I'm just wondering what is kind of the bare minimum that could be used to start this DA process.
Sure, thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. Through the substantial alteration process, we don't really consider the investment in the property in our determination. We're really just looking very simply at the standards and guidelines and whether the proposal meets those standards. It's really in the planning application through the development agreement that we start to consider the investment in properties. Policy 6.8 under the Halifax planning strategy is really a fairly simple policy which we intend to beef up and have already beefed up through package A of center plan. Unfortunately, this particular application is going forward under the old policy 6.8, but the new policy will actually call for a specific amount of investment to offset new development on a site. So that will really help us to delve in a little bit more to the development economics at play in these cases. But in this case, I would say that Victoria Hall is in some desperate need of some exterior work. Anybody who's walked by that site recently will notice that there is deteriorated siding, roofing, the trim around the windows, the front patio, all need some significant work. I have been inside the building. I know there is water ingress issues into the basement as well, which is causing some deterioration. So it does need some significant work. It's hard to say what the bare minimum would be. Certainly a few licks of paint and maybe some repaired windows might suffice, but the amount of investment that the proponent is proposing here will keep this building standing and in good shape for many years to come.
Great, thank you. So all I'll say is, you know, today I'll support this because I do want to dig deeper in the planning aspect, and I do want to talk a little bit more of what this means for the neighborhood in moving forward. The building, I do have concerns with how this faces on Creighton Street and putting a large building like this on that street, especially with all the ongoing programs that are happening. So I'll support this for today, but we'll be very critical as we move forward in the planning process. So thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to speak and bring this before I run off to FCM, and appreciate that. And well, I see questions, so I won't call for the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Aaron. Okay, I'm just back to that process again. I'm just a little confused. If we approve this motion now, does that mean we're approving 13 stories on this site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it does not. Essentially, it just means that the developer would be able to build this building if their development agreement is approved by Halifax and West Community Council. So there is still that very vital step of continuing to engage with the community, going through HAC and back to Halifax and West Community Council with the staff analysis and the draft development agreement in hand. So this is basically just setting out the box that the developer can build within, and some of the details of that proposal as it relates solely to its interaction with the heritage building. But he cannot build this building without the development agreement having been approved by Halifax and West Community Council.
So I guess I'm a little confused about why we're even then discussing the height, the box within which he can build, if we can at a later date say, no, you have to go down to 8 stories. Or do we, by today, if we say yes, do we lose that ability to say this should be an 8-story building?
You will not lose, through you, Mr. Mayor, you will not lose that capability. But essentially the rationale that would bring that building down in scale, or that might change its look or its interaction with the site, will be based on a planning rationale and other policies at play, not the Heritage Property Act.
Okay, great, because I too have great concerns about how that building interfaces on the back side of Creighton and in that historic streetscape of 2-story homes. So I would not want to be putting ourselves in our own box at this point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. That is a magnificent building. I've walked by it a number of times when I was working at Staticona a lot of years ago. I don't remember hearing it in the presentation, and I wasn't able to find it in the report. Maybe I missed it. When was it built? The addition was put there over a century ago, but when was the original building built?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the original portion of Victoria Hall was built in 1885, and it's attributed to Henry Bush, who's a pretty significant architect in Halifax. He designed the Halifax Academy on Brunswick Street and a number of other buildings. Sidney Demerick designed the large addition on the left-hand side of the property in 1914. And the rear addition that's proposed to be removed was built in 1904.
Okay, thank you. It pained me to see the large apartment building behind it, and I hope that the height can certainly be kept down to what we saw in the second rendering. It might be helpful to, I'm looking at map 1 in the report, and this is basically the bird's eye view of the whole thing. It might be helpful to have that with what the new building would look like. Would it front on Creighton Street, or would it just be, would you have to go through Victoria Hall to get to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so there will be a podium that will front on Creighton Street, and one of the design elements of that podium, that 3-story podium, will be that it will appear as almost like townhouse units. But it is likely that the design will change at least somewhat between now and when it gets to Halifax and West Community Council, once staff have done their analysis of the case.
Yep. I recognize that we need the density and we need the development. It is a shame to see this type of thing happen to that building, but I can certainly understand that, and I will be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Ian, let's go to the question.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
A.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Colleagues, it is 3:20. We will take 20 minutes. I ask you all to synchronize your watches. I'm looking at the screen to see who's doing that. We will be back at 3:40 in 20 minutes, and we will start right on time at 3:40. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. 3:40.
Please return to this meeting, not the evening agenda. This meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Basically, you're making it up.
Ian, how we doing?
Just checking right now, sir. I think we are very close.
I want to go live right at 3:40 as long as we have quorum.
So did you stay up late enough for that shootout loss last night?
I watched the whole thing.
So
I watched the whole thing too. I got up at 5 a.m. to watch it, David.
Mayor Savage, just a quick thought. We could go live. We are live right now. We could go on. It's just hard to see with cameras off who's actually in the meeting or not. So we believe we have quorum. We believe we have everybody, but they may have stepped away from their desks.
Okay, I want to make sure. So, what do we normally do, Ian? Do we wait until we have confirmation?
So it looks from our view right now, we do have quorum. We do have administrative staff.
All right. Well, let's giddy up. Is Councillor Daigle Gammon with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Let's start the dance. All right, folks, we are back. Council, where we left off, was about to take on 11.1.4. This is the feasibility of Fall River Turf Project. And I'll go to Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of procedure, there is a motion, and I was wondering if we could defeat the motion and go to the alternative motion 2. So do I speak to why I want to do that now?
Yeah, you would put the motion on the floor and explain your intent, and then make clear that if you wish for the council to defeat that, what your alternative might be.
Okay, so I'll put the motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, forego leading the Fall River Turf Project at Lockview High School in Fall River to upgrade the existing natural field to a multi-use artificial turf facility, and 2, consider the provision of future artificial turf fields through the municipality's playing field strategy.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead then, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
So I would like us fellow councillors to please consider defeating this motion and consider the alternative motion 2, which is the Regional Council may choose to direct the CAO to initiate planning for an additional artificial turf field for consideration in future capital budget considerations prior to completion of the playing field strategy. And the reason that we would like to see this happen is that when this first came to council in November, we were looking at the potential for federal funding that was at 80%. And of course, with the timing, that didn't get to happen because the federal funding has been already spoken for. The staff did a very nice report. Thank you very much. And Parks and Rec staff have been great at giving us really good information in the staff report. And then the community, of course, our community group has been looking at it and they have some response to that as well. The utilization or the population of HRM has grown. If you look at the electoral list, I think that Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank is 3rd on the list of electrical voters, next to probably Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island, and Halifax Needham. It's about less than 100 people in the difference. So with our population growth, that there's no infrastructure though in the HRM northern suburban area, and alternative venues are not accessible to a large contingent of our residents. Lockview Turf Field and it's a track would be highly utilized facility outside of the peninsula in the heart of one of the fastest growing suburban regions of HRM. And indicative of that growth, many of the schools in the Lockview catchment area are actually over capacity. The statistics that were presented indicate that existing grass fields are underutilized. And I guess we would wonder why, and some of the community response to that, factors that could contribute is unsafe playing conditions much of the year, an absence of lighting, no washroom change facilities, early season closures. And the metrics from staff related to the turf fields indicate that 5 to 7 factor increase in utilization for turf over grass. And maintenance on an artificial turf field and track is less than what it would be on a grass field. And of course, it would be quicker in terms of man hours, therefore more utilization time is available, and there would be a cost recovery because we could charge for the use of the fields. So we do think that it's a good option in that way. In terms of demand, because this proposal looked at it being a community response, some of the areas of significant demand are around seniors. We've just approved a development agreement for 400 more seniors in our area, and we've got a community with less sidewalks, for example. So the field would be a safe and secure walking track for everyone in our community, and especially seniors. In terms of the other thing that was unique about this proposal is the inclusion of Indigenous persons cultural space, a significant contribution in making the proposal an inclusive and a very unique initiative that celebrates our diverse community. The sports teams would include Challenger baseball, existing school use with recreational and varsity teams. The overflow areas could be used, and so we do think that new sports clubs that are currently lacking playing fields will have access. Significant connection to the community use component of the proposal, with many residents not having access to the safe sidewalks to walk or to run on. Just repeated myself. At-risk youth, the other thing that we talk about is that the 20-minute distance that's in the report from the existing fields, that's 20 minutes distance, driving distance from Lockview, and our catchment area is a lot more vast than just from Lockview. And it would also mean that you would have to have a car to be able to get to those fields, because we don't have transit out in Fall River either. So getting up to Parent Drive is another issue. In terms of the feasibility, we do know, and we would like to have the time if the alternative motion gets passed, because then we would have time to work with HRCE, make sure that we've got the agreement in place. The precedent has already been set with the other agreements that happened, for example, in Cole Harbour Place. There was a petition that was circulated of 1,700 signatures from suburban HRM residents and 20 support letters, one of which was actually as well from our Nova Scotia Chief Medical Officer. And that does represent to us a very significant volume of evidence that that is a good needs assessment. The soccer clubs and other supporting clubs know that the demand is there and growing, so it's important that the facility remains an HRM on their list. We do think that we'll be able to work with all 3 levels of government to make this come to fruition. If not via the COVID initiative funding, then it will remain on the list of community projects, and we could advance it with multi-government funding. Committee is also considering corporate sponsorship, and Lindsay Construction, Corey Bell, has already come on side in terms of offering his support from sponsorship, and we'll do a Class B estimate. The council discussion for Cole Harbour included an acknowledgement that because it was outside of the edge of the urban area, it served as an excellent model for allowing access to the more distant parts of HRM, and we believe that this would also be true for Lockview. 5 minutes up.
Yeah, are you, is that it? I'd give you an extra 11 seconds if you needed it.
Okay, well, my last 11 seconds is that, like I said, the motion that the staff put forward was the 1.16 million to be set aside, and that really wasn't the intention of the committee when this first came forward. We understand what the financial pressures are, and so we don't want that to have to go to a parking lot and a decision. So the alternative motion about going to a future capital budget gives us time to make a great plan and to have a beautiful artificial turf field and track that will be well utilized, and nobody will become saying that it's not being used. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, you're asking people to defeat the motion on the floor, and you'll come back with alternative number 2 from the staff report, correct?
Yes, Mr. Barrett. Thank you.
Thank you for your explanation. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hear everything you're saying, and I got a lot of sympathy. I do want to point out, though, there are no artificial turf fields on the peninsula, and we're all waiting for the playing field strategy, right? There's none in the urban center, actually. They're all in the suburban ring around. So that's 110,000 people who also don't have that service. And I would say that if this is going to be your primary, you know, if you're looking for that improvement in part because of other potential incidental users like people using it as a walking track, I think a lot of further discussion needs to happen because these kind of artificial turf fields get locked up when they're not booked, and they're not open to the public because they're so easily damaged by cigarette or vandalism. So natural fields tend to have a way higher utilization, but they could have lots of nice stuff like a walking track and like bleachers and that kind of thing. So my concern with going with option 2, I understand that, but for alternative 2, is the last part of the sentence where it says prior to completion of the playing field strategy. So I would argue, you know, Fall River, it is growing. It's right in the middle of the pack in terms of the speed that districts are growing. But all of us have requirements or needs or desires, right? And we're all waiting for the playing field strategy. We could all make motions asking that they all get funded in future capital budget before the playing field strategy, but then we just have a list of everybody wanting the same thing and we'd be back to square one. So I'm wondering what the rush is to do it before the playing field strategy is done, and if you'd be open to an amendment word number 2 put on the floor to remove that second part of that sentence, because to me, yeah, okay, if that's what the community wants, let's have a really good look at that. And let's talk about the ups and downs, like the usage issues, the fact that it's locked up, which may make it less attractive. But I got a question, putting it at the top of the list is what that reads to me. We're going to do it before everybody else who's waiting for the playing field strategy. So I'm wondering if the councillor could comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to let, unless she wants to give an immediate quick response, I'll let her think on it and come back. Councillor Daigle-Gammon?
I'd like to think on that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. It sounds like a great idea. Looking at the distances from the other fields, 20 minutes roughly from all of them, none generally in the area except the one at Weir Field, which is a little bit of a challenge to get to because of where it is so far up Sackville Drive. You mentioned some other things, some other deficiencies, and I just want to make sure that I have at least some of them noted correctly, and they are lighting, washrooms, change rooms, and no transit. And I'm wondering if the design of, or if they would be incorporated into the new artificial turf field. What I'm considering here is that, yes, it's on school property. Yes, those items would be available. Certainly, washrooms and change rooms would be available within the school, but the school may be locked. So would they be outside of the school? And would they be available should we consider this at this point? And I have no problem waiting for a response on that. And do we know when the playing field strategy is going to come to council? That I think is going to play a point in this, and I can't remember seeing a date on that or an expectation on that.
Well, let's ask staff. I see Richard Harvey has Anthony Schofield. Who wants the question? Is it you, Richard?
I'll take that question. Mr. Mayor, Richard Harvey, Manager of Policy and Planning. We would anticipate the playing field strategy to be completed within this calendar year.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, kudos to Councillor Daigle-Gammon for bringing this forward in the first place. She's certainly serving her district well, which is what we all need to do in this job. It's a difficult spot to be in as being a regional councillor, because of course we have the hardy business and sometimes heavy business of governing. It's, you know, we can't fire off a letter of support for a project that our own government's not backing with funding, right? So it's a fundamentally different situation sitting around this table and making these choices. The question I have on this report is just, and if we could go to staff, is the difference between number 1, the staff recommendation, and number 2, the alternative that Councillor Daigle-Gammon is asking us to move, because both of them talk about planning. Is the real difference just whether or not we're going to wait for the playing field strategy or not? Is that the real difference between what's the staff recommendation and option 2?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I would say to the councillor that that is one of the primary differences. You'd have the benefit with the staff recommendation of having the full playing field strategy with you. What you'd be doing in the option, in the alternative, would be actually earmarking this project in advance of that.
So what does earmarking this project means in terms of like that playing field strategy and our budgeting process and everything? Like what's the different direction that you get from alternative 2 that's not in alternative 1, or sorry, in the recommendation?
Sorry, councillor, are you referring to alternative 1 or alternative 2, just for clarity?
Alternative 2 that the councillor would like us to move instead of the staff recommendation. I just want to understand what the exact implications are from the staff point of view as to what happens if we move the second one versus the first one.
You as council would essentially be giving the green light to this project, whereas under the playing field strategy, there may be other alternatives that are considered. There would be other factors that may be considered in terms of the distribution, for example, of playing fields, the locations, things of that nature. This would be under the second alternative, stating definitively that council would like to proceed with the artificial field at Lockview High without those considerations.
Okay, thank you for that. So based on that, I mean, I'm sorry, Councillor Deagle-Gammon, I hate to disappoint, but I don't think I can support alternative 2 especially when I've just heard that the timing of that field strategy is this year. So do we know when this year, Richard, when we might be getting that back? Is it a couple of months away? Is it going to be like February at the very end?
It's a considerable strategy, as you're all aware. So it's not something which is going to come to council within the short period of time. But one of the indications would be that it would be within this calendar year to hopefully allow us to do some preparations for implementation within subsequent capital budget years.
Okay. So I think where I'm at then is I want to see the playing field strategy. I might very well be voting for a Fall River turf in the future. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, certainly the community outreach, the community interest is significant there. It's a growing area. We might need something there, but I think I want to see the planning piece all put together first before I'm comfortable voting for this. So I'll wait for the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just scanning through the report again to see if I missed it. I know up in the beginning there it says that this is located on provincial property, that this school is on provincial property, and I'm just wondering what the HRM's policy is around investing in fields or facilities. I guess this would be considered an amenity or a facility on land that's not owned by HRM.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor, did you ask what the HRCE policy is?
No, what our policy is. Would we build a facility like this on land that we don't own?
We have done in one circumstance, and that's outlined in the report for CP Allen School, but it's an additional consideration which is highlighted in the report. There would need to be an arrangement that would be made with the school and province.
So there's only one instance where this is being done, because I know I've been in similar conversations around the school here, the new J.L. Ilsley School in District 11, and was told that that we wouldn't invest in a turf field on provincially owned land. At least that was my understanding. So I'm just wondering under what circumstances you would consider it or not consider it, and how that might affect the decision in this particular case. My other comment, just before I run out of time here, would be similar to Councillor Mason's around my understanding being that you have to lock up these turf fields, that they aren't open to the public. So if it's a sunny Sunday afternoon and no one has it booked, you can't access the field or the track. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, there's two considerations here. One, in the instance where the municipality were to make an investment, into lands which are owned by the province, it would need to be a strategic location where, perhaps another alternative was not to be found. Sometimes these happen as a result of a community enhancement that's requested or suggested by the province. But again, from the municipality's perspective, it really needs to be advantageous. It's typically more advantageous for the municipality to locate assets on its own lands. With regards to the second aspect, yes, these are high value assets. They tend to be locked up, as an earlier councillor said, when they're not in use. So they do have that sort of security associated with them. They're not like a normal grass playing field, which tends to be open for a variety of different uses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I want to start with how pleased I was that Councillor Dagan-Gavin brought this forward so quickly in her term, and I was very excited about it. And I still am excited about the idea of being able to bring this kind of infrastructure to our outlying areas of Halifax. There's no question in my mind that many of our more rural districts are shy of many opportunities that we have here in the more suburban and urban center. At that time, I was certainly happy as well to support the potential for it to go forward, knowing that there were other potential partners that could come together quite quickly. I still very much am in favor of having Councillor Dagan-Gavin's area considered in the strategy that will go forward. I'm struggling now with, excuse me, getting ahead of, as Councillor Mason has suggested as well, that, you know, we all have a number of requests that come in yearly that on this type of thing, and even out in District 3, it's still a 20-minute trip to the Burnside area where we could access, residents could access that for some parts of District 3. I just want to be clear as well that the motion that's on the floor is the staff recommendation, correct? And that but we have the opportunity to speak to a potential other one should that one get defeated. So I absolutely want to see District 1 have this type of opportunity, but I feel like I'm leaning towards making sure that we still have options in the strategy to not get ahead of ourselves. So I think that in the best interest of what I can sort of land on is that I would support the motion on the floor, which is consider the provision of the future artificial turf. It gets you in the queue to already, at least you've achieved that, and it is going to be seriously considered. Some of us don't even have anything in the queue. So I'm going to still consider what my colleagues have to say, and if any new information comes along, but I would be a champion on this, and I'm happy to help and support Councillor Dagan-Gavin's efforts offline and through her journey of bringing this about in her community. But today I'm leaning towards not being able to support the potential of a second motion in the context of what was put forward today. So I'll leave it there, and and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I mentioned this at the beginning, I supported this for Councillor Dagan-Gavin because I was impressed with the chutzpah of getting a motion on the very first meeting, and I indicated at that time I wouldn't know what I'd be doing. So part 2 of the staff recommendation to consider the provision of future artificial turf fields through the municipality's playing field strategy is an absolute must. We can't put this ahead of anything else. We have to look at the municipality as a whole, and we have to look at what the requirements are for all the locations. And so I will be either voting for the staff recommendation that's on the floor, or if there was an amendment to alternative number 2, instead of prior to completion saying consider with the field strategy, totally fine with that. But that part 2 in the staff recommendation is an absolute must for me. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if I could just build on what Councillor Cleary was just talking about. If the councillor would consider, you know, if the motion that's on the floor, what would happen if we broke out the motion? And, you know, if there was a vote against one, but a vote in favor of two, does that still give you what you want? My concern with the assets here is getting ahead of the list on priority. That's my bottom line. I have no problem with your district considering it and should be considered. But as Councillor Mason and others identified, they're unfortunate. I have a turf field in my district, but not everybody does. And so I wonder if that would solve the problem. So I'll leave that with you anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I think this is a little different because Councillor Daigle-Gammon has the backing of a strong community group behind her, and she has even funding considerations through Lindsay Construction. So she's not asking HRM to foot all of the cost for this. It feels a little different than just having a community ask. Like they have been working on this, it seems, for a very long time, and she has the backing of all the levels of government representatives in her community. I just hate to see this be shot down when all of this community support and money is being offered to put on the table. So I'm hearing what everyone is saying, and I guess the process and the policy is very important, but this seems really unique as well. So, how do you make a decision? Anyway, I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, you know, I don't really see that this is all that different. Number 2 says basically put it into capital budget for future consideration. It doesn't say it's going to happen. If it's there for future consideration, I could put future consideration that we pave the basin, but chances are we aren't going to do it. So I think we're putting a little too much worry on that. And secondly, if we're hearing that by this calendar year, we're going to have this report on the overall strategy, well, this calendar year is going to end before we get talking about the next capital budget early in the new year. So I don't really see that there's a big problem here. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but I think what Kathy's trying to do is to make sure that it is considered in next year's capital budget. Doesn't mean it's going to be approved. And by that time, yes, we will have the strategy as well. So I really don't think that we're jumping the queue by passing option number 2 or alternative number 2 here. Just a little different perspective there. Thanks.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon, did you wish to speak before we wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I thought there was to speak. So really good, really good information that's coming forward in terms of the questions. And you know, as Councillor Outhill said, I didn't read the second motion as it being a priority one over the other. In terms of the alternative motion, and it is about in future capital budgets. So that was to give us time to be able to get more of our fundraising, corporate sponsorship, working with the other levels of government to make this happen so that when it is in a future capital budget, then we'll know exactly what the cost is and where the funding is going to come from and the kind of support that we have in the community. And Councillor Mason spoke about you know, on the peninsula not having fields, but we do have the sports field at SMU and at Dalhousie. In terms of a beautiful walking track, we have the oval that's on the peninsula. So there is infrastructure there that we do not have out here in Fall River that we would like to. The current field is open to the public. So the track will be open. That's how we would like to see this happen. You know, I worry a little bit that if this alternative motion doesn't come through, that HRM doesn't actually understand and see the need for this in our community. And so I really would hope that we can see that So the amendment that was spoken about with the completion of the playing field strategy, you know, as long as that says that we're still alive and it's still going to be able to happen and we're going to be able to do our work, that's exactly what we would like to have happen in our community. So that's it.
Okay, so it's I'm not quite sure what you're saying then. So you're still asking that this be defeated and you'll come back with number 2 as is?
My screen has just frozen up.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Kath.
Thank you. My screen just went frozen for a moment. Yes, so I would still like to defeat the motion and come back with the alternative motion, please. And it could be with the amendment that was suggested in saying prior to completion. It could be with the completion of the playing field strategy. That way it's still in the strategy.
Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I do think that while I can appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor, I'm uncomfortable, I guess, with the thought that HRM hasn't recognized the priority of the field. I mean, I think it's you know, we haven't seen the results of the playing field strategy yet. And so once we have that documentation, that data and the insight from the community, and staff have had the opportunity to fully, you know, pull together what that playing field strategy is. I mean, I'm in the same kind of situation here in District 13 in Bedford West. You know, we're in a situation where we just don't have enough fields. Where I'm being asked to invest in the Weir field in Sackville. So, you know, because I have so many people that need to use that field. And so while I recognize that, you know, we do need the field, I'm hesitant because I don't like the idea of us putting more HRM funds into provincial, you know, infrastructure where the community doesn't ultimately have easy access to book those fields, you know, as we see with CP Allen, for example. So, you know, I'm just I'm concerned that that we're kind of putting the cart before the horse without having the data that we need from that playing field strategy insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. I don't think you've spoken yet before we go to people who go for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the councillor on this initiative because sometimes when you have federal and provincial interests there, sometimes you got to act when it's possible. And I think it's important to realize that. And also with the community buy-in and corporate sponsorship and everything else, you got to strike when the iron's hot. And this is one of those opportunities. I'm worried about the playing field strategy not having all options on the table at this time. And I think this is something we should be looking at and take advantage of. You know, I got recently announced, there was a recent announcement of a new high school, junior high school for the Eastern Shore, put in an industrial park, and the MLA has a proposal for a community campus concept to include other recreational facilities. I'm pretty sure we're going to get asked for an upgrade of perhaps the play fields in that environment. So, and I don't even know if our play field strategies are going to even have that on the radar. And if that request comes forward, how do we deal with it? So I'll be looking forward to that when the time happens. But in the meantime, I'm supporting the council on this initiative. Strike while the iron's hot. If the resources are there, if the will is there, let's do it.
Okay, so I think everybody's spoken once that wants to speak. I'll go to Councillor Cleary and then Councillor Mancini and then Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've just got a couple of questions here. So first of all, what I'd like to ask for the clerk and our solicitor is I'm going to ask for the motion to be split. So clause 1 and clause 2 are done separately. Does that then allow the alternative to come forward? Obviously not in its current form because it would be contrary to what is in the second alternative. But the other is about what resources have already been expended on this, and the alternative motion says that we're basically going to direct the CAO to initiate planning for an additional artificial turf field for consideration in future budget prior to the completion. So essentially, we would then be devoting resources, staff time, and potentially monetary resources towards this. And that does prioritize it above everything else that's in the turf field strategy, because essentially what we're saying is we got to do this now to bring it forward for the next one. Because what normally would happen is we would have the turf field strategy come forward, just like we did with the aquatic strategy, just like we did with the arena strategy. And then it's prioritized first by staff, and then we get a go at it. But then it has context. Right now, this has no context. We're saying essentially lock view is more important than everything else. Bring it back next year without any other context. So I guess my first question, and I see John just popped up on my screen. So Mr. Solicitor, through the mayor to you, can I ask for this to be split? And if we do vote for number 2 positively, the alternative number 2 would have to be slightly amended. Otherwise, it's contrary.
John?
I'll unmute myself there, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So Councillor Cleary is correct. Alternative 2 would initiate the planning for the field, notwithstanding the outcome of the playing field strategy. So it would essentially begin work on that now, and notwithstanding the strategy. And realistically, you know, it is contrary to recommendation number 2 in the staff recommendations, which is that it would be considered through the municipality's playing field strategy, because it's jumping the queue. So not clear how you could pass one and then pass the alternative. The alternative is the alternative as opposed to an amendment.
So I guess then I'll forego the second part of my question, which was around the resources, because clearly they would begin to be expended as soon as we vote on this. And, you know, unless, and maybe I'll do it right now for my colleagues, the motion that's on the floor to forego leading, you don't have to necessarily forego it, but perhaps an amendment could be considered to consider for future as part of the field strategy, because I have to vote for the staff recommendation. I can't vote against it and then for alternative 2, because it does prioritize it, and I don't want to see those staff resources expended before we even have the strategy come forward.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I might suggest that you know, the question that might assist would be to ask Mr. Harvey if, you know, the lining up or the provision of federal or provincial funding, one would assume, would cause a project like this to have a higher priority under the field strategy. And if that's accurate, then I think you're potentially going to get the outcome that the councillor is looking for in any event in terms of that. And maybe Mr. Harvey can clarify that.
Mr. Mayor, I think John makes a fair point. You know, at this point, we've not been able to identify a specific funding source, but of course, throughout any point of the year, if a project of the municipality gets tapped by the province and federal government for a program, that does certainly advance things in terms of how it is that we would take that up to council.
So that would align, Mr. Mayor, through you to council, that would align with the proposal of staff and the recommendation that a project like this be dealt with in accordance with the playing field strategy. And as to whether or not council wishes to lead that project, you know, or not, that would come, I think, as part and parcel of the decision to follow the strategy. Either you follow the strategy, or, you know, you take some other course of action. That's kind of the outcome of it. That helps.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking for some clarification from staff on this. If the alternative that gets put on the floor as suggested by the councillor, and they remove the prior to completion of the playing field, or to change the wording to it included the playing field strategy, can you describe what your interpretation is of that? Because as Councillor Elliott has stated, I think we have different interpretations of what that means. If staff could clarify if that's the direction they're given, what does that mean to them? And if you could simplify that for us.
Mr. Mayor, essentially the first part of the alternative 2 reads a direction to the CAO to initiate planning for the additional artificial turf field for consideration of future budgets. So notwithstanding where it might sit in respect of the strategy, council would be directing staff to initiate planning for that particular field now.
Okay, I see Denise Schofield's popped up. Is there a purpose to your?
Mr. Mayor, Denise Schofield, Executive Director, Parks and Recreation. Perhaps I can help. I think if council removes the second part of the alternative motion, in other words, to remove the reference to prior to the playing field strategy, it really is the second staff recommendation, because then you would be considering it as part of the playing field strategy. So the second recommendation already would consider that. It's really about the second recommendation is really about considering this location in conjunction with all other requested locations for artificial turf fields in that playing field strategy. So you would be essentially going back to the same motion.
So Denise, if I may, Mr. Mayor, so it doesn't prioritize it higher than any other location consideration. It just confirms that it's amongst the overall consideration.
Correct. So essentially, if you remove that prior to the completion of the playing field strategy, it's the same as recommendation 2.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with that if that's now that we have a definition, I'm fine with that if that's removed, if the Councillor Dale Gammon is interested in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle.
Yeah, I was just, back to all these strategies. I have a concern as well, as being echoed by some of my other councillors, around looking at the rural resources. We're also embarking on the rural recreation strategy, and I'm just curious how the playing field strategy fits in with the rural recreation strategy, and how this particular project would, kind of fit into that bigger picture.
Who wants that? Is that Richard or Denise or?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely, Councillor. So the two strategies are kind of going parallel. The rural recreation strategy is more about programming and activities, but using assets. The playing field strategy has a lot more focus on the assets, where they're located, what types of assets. So the two will work in tandem, but they have a significantly different focus, I would say.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I just think it is really important that we look at the rural recreation strategy, where those assets are, and how they're used, because there is a great need in our outlying communities. And in that regard, Kathy, I do support what you're trying to achieve here. But I also believe that it needs to fit into this broader picture. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd seen the CAO pop up. I'm not sure, Jacques, if you wanted to speak, or if your intervention has been made redundant, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just say this, that if you look at the alternative motion, it implies that we would make an application for federal funding through the projects through the Infrastructure Canada COVID-19 Resiliency Stream. So, at this point, it's a little premature to determine that, right? To actually look at that. I think adopting the recommended motion, that's just before it's on the floor now, allows the group to continue to actually develop the project, to work with our staff and all that. In the meantime, we're going to, develop the actual turf strategy going forward. So, the recommendation doesn't necessarily say we're not doing this project. All it says is that, we think it's premature to be defining where the source of funding is. We've had no indication from the province whether there's an interest in this project or not, and whether they would actually support an application through whatever infrastructure program that exists. The only one we're aware of now that this may not fit under is the cultural program, where we know is already fully subscribed. So until we get more detail around federal and provincial infrastructure programming, then this is a bit premature to look at that alternative motion, in my opinion. Certainly as this project evolves, and it's great that the private sector is stepping up. It's great that I think our team is going to work with that group as we go forward to the extent that we can. It's not going to prevent any of that in terms of the recommended motion, and that's really all I have to say about that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Three quick things. One, if residents had unfettered access to the university resources, it'd be an amazing place, but they don't. Two, I don't think the iron's hot. I think the iron's lukewarm at best. We have a letter of support from MLA. We have missed funding deadline for the feds. So, as the classic line says, show me the money, right? The money is not there. There's a lot of people saying a lot of nice things right now, and I respect that. So this is where my, Model UN student government type stuff comes in. I just want to reiterate what kind of Sean and Councillor Clear and Councillor Mancini were saying, and a little bit of Mr. Traves, is effectively, to me, if consider the provision of a future artificial turf field through the municipality's playing field strategy, part 2 of what's on the floor, and the proposed alternative, initiate planning for additional artificial turf field to be considered in a future capital deliberation prior to completion of the playing field strategy. The councillor for the area has said she is open to amending out prior to completion of the playing field strategy. If we did that, those two things are the same. Part 2 that's on the floor right now is the same as the amended alternative motion. So you don't need to do that. And we've already separated, and that's not something we vote on. It's been asked to be separated, so we're going to vote on part 1 and part 2 separately. So I would encourage people who feel strongly about supporting the amended alternative, just support part 2. It's the same. It's the same. One is saying, and if it fails, then we can debate it at the other end. But I just think that we're making too much work for ourselves. What it comes down to is the question about number 1, and I'd like to hear from the CAO or Mr. Harvey or Mr. Traves about it, is, what exactly does that mean? Foregoing leading the Fall River Turf Project to the Lockview High School in Fall River to upgrade the existing natural field. If we vote that down, staff, either way, to me, I don't even know what that statement really means practically. Either way, staff have said that they would be involved with the ongoing discussion, and as and when, money became available, we would consider it. If the money becomes available, that changes the water on the beans.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if we vote down section 1. What does that practically change is the question, because that's my intention right now. I'll vote against section 1. We'll support section 2. We'll see what happens. But I don't think that we're making more work for ourselves than we have to. But if staff could provide some clarity, that'd be great.
Okay, Richard, is it you or?
Yeah, if I might, Mr. Mayor, the part of the motion that starts with forgo is a direct response to the actual council motion and the intent of it, which is really an immediate opportunity. That's really what that's about. That's the explanation for that. The second, the first part about that is really time sensitive and relative to it. The second part of it is to really say that the questions around Lockview and the overall provision of all-weather turf fields, can aptly be considered within the playing field strategy itself, which is looking at all these matters. And doesn't discount at all Lockview school field. It just considers it in the overall umbrella of how it is that we're considering the overall provision of fields within the municipality.
So I'd say we could send a nice positive affirmation to the people that Kathy Dekel-Gammon represents by voting yes for 2 and down on 1. And we don't need to do a negative or a positive on that. We're not saying do something or don't do something. So I see a nod from the solicitor. So I would urge council to vote down 1, vote up 2, and then we can get on to the next item. Maybe we're done before dinner. Could be amazing.
Okay. So that's a long discussion, colleagues. I just want to make sure everybody's clear still. I want to go back to Kathy, even though she's spoken twice. Just give her a chance if there's anything else she wants to say about the motions so that we're clear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The university fields aren't locked up, just so you know. There are people that play on them. But if I understand correctly, then foregoing leading that I understand that. If the second part of the motion is approved, consider the provision that it still keeps it alive. What my concern, a little bit of my concern, is that the playing field strategy doesn't necessarily speak to funding. And like there wasn't an assessment that was done, for example, when Cole Harbour was done. So I just want to make sure that we do have the support of our Member of Parliament. There is the support from the MLA. I know that they don't have a dollar value on the table for this at this point, absolutely, but we will have that. So if it is confirmed, does that then mean that the second part of the motion coming forward, the committee comes forward with funding that is significant and timely, that we can consider it?
Richard?
Mr. Mayor, the staff recommendation does not at all preclude the efforts of the community, other efforts that may be undertaken by private individuals at all. It simply indicates that at this particular point in time for this specific project, there isn't support for it, or more aptly, there may be support for it within the overall realm of the playing field strategy, and allows for that consideration.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for indulging this long conversation, colleagues.
Oh, you haven't seen long. We've gone deep into the night before, and may well tonight. No, we won't. Colleagues, so the motion is going to be split. Is everybody clear about that and what that means? Okay, let's split the motion, Ian, and take us on the journey of democracy.
I've posted the motion that is being voted on in the chat so everybody can see that we're voting on the first part of the motion, beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting no on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
I hate to say it, in favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting no.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting no on the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Oh dear. I'll vote no.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
No.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith is not in the meeting. District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Nay.
10, Councillor Morse.
No.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
No.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
Voting against the motion.
Mayor Savage.
Voting against. So that motion is defeated. Let's go to number 2.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, so part 2 carries. Thank you, colleagues. That brings us to an end of the discussion on that one. Thank you, Councillor Daigle Gammon. We will move, colleagues, to 11.1.5, case 22708, incentive bonus zoning, 1325 Lower Water Street. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt and authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into and execute an incentive or bonus zoning agreement as provided in attachment B of the staff report dated February 25th, 2021 for the 16-story multi-use building at 1325 Lower Water Street, Halifax. I so move.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Very briefly, support this. I do want to note, because I've had some environmentalists message me, I want to recognize that LEED is kind of fallen out of fashion. It is what it is right now, and I'd like to thank the developer for bringing this to the table. But I do have a motion coming probably next council meeting to try and include more rigorous environmental standards in the downtown plan and the center plan when it's adopted in the fall. But this is what this is appropriate for right now. But I didn't want anybody to think that we thought this was like the be all and end all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Mason. I actually had a question directly related to that. So my question to staff is, with the center plan in package B, are we considering at all the downtown plan and the bonus zoning to align it better with what we're doing in the rest of the regional center? Because I don't feel that being able to take, I mean, this is a small amount. The downtown area has a lower formula for density bonuses to begin with than what we have now in the regional center. But you know, it's one of those kind of things where LEED certification is probably as much or more of a benefit to the developer than it is to the community. So it's weird to have it as a community benefit. So are we looking at changing that in the downtown area?
That's Sean Otis, I see.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, yes, we've already changed it actually with package A in the regional center land use bylaw, and it is this was, I think, when we first did the downtown bylaw, this was the first effort and the first attempt. So it was just the basic. We wanted to see how it worked. Now it's kind of been refined with package A, and it'll be refined even more with package B. So you will see that in the fall when it comes forward.
Okay, and so therefore new applications that would come forward would be different from what this one is currently allowed to have, because this application has been ongoing for a considerable period of time, if I recall.
Yes, that's correct. We actually have approved two in the regional center that have the 60% affordable housing dedication. That's already happened recently in the last 2 to 3 months.
Okay. Thank you. I really do appreciate that, because these legacy projects that are coming, these legacy applications that are coming forward, you know, it's weird because you're in a mental frame of, you know, we've already changed a bunch of stuff. But why does this look like this? And so this is the reason. So I really do appreciate that, Mr. Otis, and I see Kelly Denty as well there as well. So thank you for that and answering my question.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
In favor.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, that carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Colleagues, we're going to look at the ratification from our budget meeting last Wednesday on the multi-year cap plan. Councillor Russell, do you want to
I can move that.
Chair?
Yep. I can move that, thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve the capital plan for 2021-22 and approve in principle the 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-25 capital outlooks as per attachment 2 and 3 of the February 2nd, 2021 staff report, subject to approval of external funding program applications. 2, approve the schedule of 2021-22 capital reserve withdrawals as per attachment 4 of the February 2nd, 2021 staff report. 3, approve the schedule of 2021-22 multi-year capital projects as per attachment 5 of the February 2nd, 2021 staff report. And 4, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2020-004-ADM, the Procurement Policy, and Administrative Order 2018-004-ADM, the Transaction Policy as set out in Attachment 6, 7, and 8 to the February 2021 staff report. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Cleary.
Second by Councillor Cleary. Anything on that?
Yeah, I have a few questions. And I'm going to start with the easy ones first. One of the comments, one of the items in the list, and I apologize for not being able to speak to it on Wednesday. One of the items in the list is the Ragged Lake Transit Center expansion. I thought that was going to be a rebuild, not an expansion. And is this just terminology, or is this a complete different thing?
All right, who do we have? Jane, Crystal, Jacques, Jane.
Hi.
What's up?
I'll give it a go. The Ragged Lake is effectively a renovation to an existing building to electrify it effectively, right? So it is a renovation as opposed to Burnside, which is a complete rebuild of an electrified bus garage, right? So it is a renovation in that case.
Okay, so renovation, expansion, not a rebuild. That's fantastic. Thank you. The second question was about the Burnside rebuild, and when is that scheduled to start? When is Burnside scheduled to start, and why isn't it included in attachment 5? Those could be the same thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's because Burnside falls out of the 4-year plan. So you look at Burnside, it's going to be probably in 25, 26, or 26, 27 before we actually get underway there. That's contingent. That date is contingent upon obviously federal provincial funding. So if funding comes earlier, we may start earlier. But that's the plan right now. We're scheduling Ragged Lake first, and then Burnside is after that.
Okay, thank you. The Milko ferry service, also the capital multi-year projects. Who is paying for that? Is that strictly us? Or are we looking for federal, provincial as well? And do we have any confirmation of any of that?
No, we do not have confirmation yet, but we're in active conversations with the province on that. So Milko, the intention is that we would start the master site planning of that this year, subject to some funding from the province and the federal government, which we're in active conversation with about that. Mm-hmm. And if that happens, then we will start that master site planning exercise, engage in have public engagement, come back to council likely this time next year, possibly earlier, possibly February next year, but likely March, where we will come back to council with a formal plan costed out, with feedback from public engagement, and at that point we would be seeking council's approval to actually apply for the larger project through TTIP or ICIP, as the case may be, and that represents at this point would represent a ferry terminal and parking garage and many other elements in terms of a mixed-use development on the bed of the waterfront.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm noting that the Milko ferry service is 134.5 million. The Burnside Transit Center rebuild is 165 when you add the Ragged Lake expansion of, oh, what's the total amount? Some 15 million. There's not that much difference between them, and the Burnside and Ragged Lake would be servicing a lot more customers, I would think, than the Milko ferry service. So I'm going to be looking at that one. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that one just to be far more critical of it. I'm not going to jump into the last bit, which is the administrative order changes. And these were what I briefly mentioned, but again, couldn't speak about at the budget meeting. And I'm confused and concerned about the changes. It looks to me, if I'm looking at this and I isolate a couple of the lines, item in the procurement administrative order, it says that the prerequisites shall apply to the approval of any contract award, that the proposed expenditure shall be budgeted and funded, or budgeted but not yet funded, provided the expenditure is capital expenditure and the chief financial officer is satisfied that the funding will become available. Unless I'm missing something, and I accept that I could be. This says to me that the decision to spend the money is able to be done without council approval. And this was something that I wasn't able to get a clear, or that I didn't get I think the right answer on when we talked about it at budget. So I'm just wondering if I could hear from someone about that says that there will be council approval before the money is actually expended, before which I guess gets back to the contract award, because when the contract is awarded, the money is effectively spent.
Jane, is that you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jane Fraser, Chief Financial Officer, through you to the councillor. So the intent of that revision to the procurement AO is to allow for the award of contracts. So as you know, we have a very short construction cycle. So in the capital budget, every single project has a funding source. Mm-hmm. Some of those are funding that comes from the operating budget, so operating from capital as an example, or debt financing. What this provision is doing is saying that we have the funding is included in the operating budget that has not been approved. So that's what we're talking about by the budget not being not yet funded. So it's budgeted, we have allocated the funding in the capital plan, but we have not approved the operating budget. What this does is bridge us so that contracts can be awarded in advance of that. Otherwise, we would have to wait to award any capital contracts until such time as the operating budget was approved. I don't know if the solicitor has anything to add from a legal point of view.
So the changes to the administrative order are needed. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, through you to council. The changes to the two orders are required fundamentally because, as council will recognize, the full funding is not settled with respect to procurement of the real estate policy until the tax rate and the operating budget is set. So there are monies that will be transferred from operating to fund capital budget. And so with that disconnect, the recommendation is to amend the administrative order. It does not change the current level of authorities with respect to contracts that the CAO can let without bringing back to council, provided that they are funded within the budget. So there is the approval of the overall capital budget. There is then the authorities that council has laid out to the CAO in terms of the limit to which he can enter into contracts. I think it's $1.5 million. I may be wrong, Jane can correct me, but there is a limit, and the changes to the AO don't change that. So for anything that required council approval in terms of actually signing off on a final RFP or contract, that stays the same. All right, so we've not changed any of the authorities.
You haven't changed the authorities, but what this does, if I'm not mistaken, is says that we have the pretender capitalist. This affects everything else up to the ceiling, and I'm not considering this in context of Jane and Jacques. I'm considering this in context of someone who we might not have the relationship that we have with them, someone who might try and take advantage of this. They would be able to go in and be able to purchase anything up to that spending limit.
If the budget, Mr. Mayor, the capital budget, right? These are the larger capital items. If the capital budget is approved, then yes, within the current level of authorities, a business unit director or the CAO may acquire goods now in advance of the finalization of the tax rate and the operating budget, which otherwise we would have to wait. So, you know, at the current state, the pre-budget list that's already gone out to tender cannot be committed. You can't enter those contracts until the budget is finalized. So in order to allow those contracts to be let at this time, in accordance with the existing authorities that are already there for directors or for the CAO, we require a change to the administrative order. And so, no, there's no ability to go in and enter into contracts beyond what's already there. The only impediment that we have now, as opposed to what would be in place 3 months from now, is the fact that the capital budget, that the entire budget has not been passed by the municipality. It just gets over that hurdle.
Right, and in that time, in that 3-month period, we still have the budget adjustment list that we would be discussing, where we can add things to it and take things away from it, and yes, that would certainly affect it. So at this point, they would be able to approve an item that we would then remove from the budget.
So you're absolutely correct. I was identified in the staff report. Having said that, there are relatively few items that are going forward this time that are on the budget list for removal. Yes, up until the point when the budget is finalized, if staff is committed to a contract, it may or may not be possible to undo that at that point. But that is something that would be managed by the CAO based on what's currently in the budget adjustment list. The reality is, I think most of council will recognize the risk is more that additional items will be put into the budget adjustment list, frankly. And that flexibility is also provided for. It can add items in. But if you've gone out and bought a new bus, it's not that it can now be taken off of the budget adjustment list.
Right.
And these items are the ones which realistically, I think staff is pretty confident are going ahead in any event, and most of them are necessary in order to actually keep things running.
Right.
Councillor Russell, I got to stop you at 7 minutes.
Absolutely.
I let you go because there was nobody else on the list, and I let you have your second 3 minutes. But Councillor Cleary wants to speak to it. I'm just, for Councillor Smith's, if he hasn't picked up on this, he's back now. We're on 11.2.1. Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to follow up on Councillor Russell's thought process there, we discussed this exact same thing at the Budget Committee, and I'll use my Army analogy that I gave back then. Consider the Budget Committee a live fire exercise. Exercise due caution around the same thing. If we agree as a Budget Committee to go spend A, B, or C, and that is on the tender list, it goes out and it's done, then council shouldn't vote for that in the first place. Like, the whole point of the fact that we have such a constrained time period to work within, the reason we do advanced tenders, the reason we're changing this in order to give staff the ability to go do stuff that we are approving. It's kind of like this two-level approval. We approve it at Budget Committee and then we approve it when the budget is finalized. If you don't think it's a good idea during Budget Committee then speak up and get it off the list. But one would assume by the time we've gone through our process and we think these are good projects, and you haven't said they're bad projects, but then at the final moment you say, no, let's move it off, and then you convince a majority of us to move it off, why didn't you speak up earlier? So let's make sure that we are exercising all due diligence, and any project that's on that list, research it, bring forward your questions, make sure that you vote for and against things that are good or bad based on that assessment. When we get to the final budget and it's passed, and frankly, I think the risk is extremely small. I mean, how many things would we actually say, yeah, let's do it at budget committee, but then in April, we say, nah, oh man, what were we thinking? I think the risk is incredibly small. So anyway, I appreciate where Councillor Russell is coming from. We already have this discussion, and as our solicitor has indicated in our CFO, no one can spend over and above their authority under the rules that we have. So I appreciate that, but I'm comfortable with where we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just very quickly, Paul, I'm glad you brought this forward. We've had this discussion before, as Sean said, but I think to have it again today for those watching whatnot was great. And I am comfortable with it, but I think there were questions that had to be asked. Where you and I don't agree, my friend and neighbor here, is that on the ferries, but just a little reminder, the garages don't move people. You still have to put that $1 million a bus, those electric buses, to move people. So by the time you buy 200 electric buses to go into those garages, you've just definitely doubled or tripled the cost of the garages. So anyway, we'll agree to disagree on ferries, and I know we both would have preferred rail, but wasn't going to happen. But anyway, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, why don't we vote on this again, since we are, hang on a second now. I'm sorry, Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent?
I'm here. Sorry, I had a little hiccup with my mouse. So I just want to be sure. Again, this is related to sort of being newer to the budget process now, that on item number 1, approving the portion that is approve in principle the 2022, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25 capital outlooks. I just want to be very, very clear for myself and any viewers that what we are approving is an outlook, not a item line by line descriptor of what could be will be approved for future years. I would be uncomfortable with that, so perhaps Jane can offer clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. You are exactly right. We are approving the 1-year projects that are in the capital budget. The other ones are simply for planning purposes, and they would get approved next year. There is the only caveat is attachment 5, I believe, that Councillor Russell referred to. And those are multi-year projects, so they will have funding in out years, and those are being approved separately, but you're exactly right. It's for planning only.
Thank you very much. I'm good with that. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to the question on ratification of Budget Committee, Ian.
Question?
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
In favor, especially the ferry part.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor, especially those traffic calming measures.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that carries. Thank you, Councillor Russell. Colleagues, 11.3.1 comes out of transportation standing. I have Councillor Cuddle has submitted her name. I'm not. Did you want to move it, Councillor Cuddle?
I'd be willing to move it. Absolutely. Yes. I move that. Where's the motion? I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, add Sir Stanford Fleming Park seawall pathway to the regional park pathways that are winter maintained in the 2021-22 winter work season. 2, approve the park snow and ice removal guidelines, attachment 2 of the staff report dated January 20th, 2021, all regional park pathways receiving winter maintenance. 3, include the paving of main pathways in Africville Park for consideration in the 2022-23 capital budget deliberations to further winter maintenance capabilities. And 4, undertake a review of the park pathways and guidelines in 5 years in association with the review of Transportation and Public Works Winter Operations Service Review standards previously approved by Council.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded, Councillor Russell. Councillor Cuddle?
Yeah, the reason I asked for this to be removed from the consent agenda was that I wanted to add a 5th bullet here, and I might have to ask the clerk about the right process here, but essentially I'd like to add a 5th point to review McIntosh Run Regional Park and any others found to be designated incorrectly, and return to Council with a supplemental report with recommendations for those parks. Essentially, McIntosh Run Regional Park was not included in the list of regional parks for consideration. This is a linear park that follows the McIntosh River for about 3 kilometers. As follows the river, the trail passes ponds and marshlands. It's considered an urban riverside and wetland setting. The trail is wide. It has existing paved portions and crusher dust paved paths. It is listed as an accessible trail, and it's actually part of our active transit plan to promote walking and other ways of moving through and within our community. You can actually see part of the paved path here in my background. And it's significant in that it connects residential developments with each other, the thousands of people there, as well as recreation fields, to playgrounds, to an arena, to the brand new high school, to the Captain Spry Center, and to the heart of the Spryfield Business District. As well, there are over 500 approved lots in and around this trail, on top of the already existing development, including the massive Governor's Brook development. Most of this development is family oriented, and the trail presents many opportunities to create active transit uses year round for people of all ages and abilities from the local community as well as across the city. I ask that you please support this motion, not only to correct an oversight, but also to recognize the importance of this park within Spryfield and greater HRM.
Okay, Ian, what's the process? Do we need to vote on that, or is that a friendly amendment? How do we need to do that? John?
I think it's aligned with the report. It would be obvious normally in any way, I guess, a motion for a staff report. I don't know if Councillor, you have your motion in writing. The normal process is to circulate it so there would be some degree of notice, but if you have it in writing that we could post it, I think the council could see what it is that you're asking for.
Okay, that's in the chat now.
Okay. So Ian, it wouldn't be a supplemental report. It would be a motion for a staff report reviewing McIntosh Run and others. This matter will be passed, so. unless you want to defer all of this pending a supplemental report.
So are you asking me or Ian?
I guess, Councillor, it would be the question for council. If the desire is to defer this motion until a supplemental report, I would suggest that may take a while. I think you may be better off simply asking for a report to review McIntosh Run rather than a supplemental report.
I guess my concern is that this was left off the list for some reason, and it should have been included in this report for consideration in the upcoming winter seasons, and it wasn't. So I just don't want to delay it through a staff report, which could take a long time to come back to council if it's a separate report.
Okay, so the request is for a supplemental report, then we're going to have to vote on that, I assume, John?
We are. It is an amendment to the motion.
All right. So is there a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Cleary will second, but has some comments and questions.
So the motion is on the floor. It's seconded. Councillor Cuddle, you're okay for now? That's your motion is on the floor. We'll go to Councillor. Just make sure I've got Councillor Hensby, Cleary, Austin, and Kent. But on this motion of Councillor Cuddle, is it just Councillor Cleary that wishes to speak to that? To the amendments? To the amendments? Okay. Councillor Hensby, you're not on the amendment. You're on a separate issue. Okay. Councillor Cleary on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess my question and concern would be the way it's phrased and the way our solicitor mentioned it as a supplementary report, because I didn't hear Councillor Cuddle say to defer this, waiting for the supplemental, that the supplemental would come back. So this comes from a motion that I brought forward to Transportation Standing Committee a year ago, and looking at our regional parks and making sure that we were clearing the snow and ice in some of these so that people could get out and walk. Obviously in 2020, it was a big deal, and it's even a bigger deal today. And frankly, from where we are today, pandemic or not, I think what we've realized is we really like having people getting out in wintertime in our parks. And so I'm not sure if staff can speak to the oversight of McIntosh Run or perhaps others. My motion was pretty explicit, asking for a report on regional parks. And so if McIntosh Run is a regional park and it was eliminated or not considered, then I think it should be. But I don't want it to hold up Fleming Park as an example. So right now we have in the budget process, this is included as something that we're looking at for this coming year. And I want that to happen this coming year, but I'd also like staff to look at McIntosh Run or others if they were excluded. So I guess my question to staff would be on this particular amendment, does this slow down the process? Does it still, is it still included for the budget for the coming year? And would any amendments be required to the particular wording here so that this can come back in our budgetary process for consideration?
Okay, who's here from staff that can answer those? Or John, did you want to take it? Denise. Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Denise Schofield, Executive Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, Councillor. So as Councillor Cuddle mentioned, she brought forward this one, and when going back and checking, we realized that this particular park was designated incorrectly in our asset registry. So what we would propose, or what we would recommend, is that you proceed with the recommendation that you have, but direct us to go away and confirm McIntosh Run and to just do another review to make sure that there are no others that were also incorrectly designated in the asset registry, and bring that a separate report back on those particular ones. That would not delay the first 4 motions from being approved and continue on with that work. We don't anticipate that this follow-up report will take us that long, so that we could get it back in time for any others that council deems to add could also be part of the budget deliberations going forward. But that's what our recommendation would be.
Okay, so then maybe I'll just look to our clerk and solicitor and say, does the wording we have affirm what Ms. Schofield just sort of articulated?
I would suggest just drop the word supplemental from the proposed amendment, because you're just coming back with another report that will deal with the potentially missed parks.
As the seconder, I'm okay with that. I'm looking to the mover to see if Ms. Cuddle is good with that.
You're okay with that?
Okay with that.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
On the amendment, I have Councillor Austin and Kent. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I had a similar sort of question issue as Councillor Cuddle. It's not a whole park in my situation. The Dartmouth Common, of course, it's it's a 3-block wide basically park in the middle of downtown Dartmouth. You have residents with kids and seniors on one side, the schools, the bus terminal, and grocery store on the other side. The sidewalk, there is no sidewalk on the Victoria Road side of the Common going north-south. And then on the north-south on Alderney, there is a sidewalk, but halfway up there's a set of stairs. So if you're anybody who can't navigate stairs, well, that side is a no-go as well. So the vast majority of people in the neighborhood use the Common as if it were a sidewalk as a north-south transportation connection. And we have a designation on the Common for the actual active transportation trail that goes to Dahlia Street. The east-west is cleared by TPW on on an active transportation standard, but we don't have the same for that north-south connection. And in the report, it just lists the Common as P2, and it doesn't really take account of the different classifications that actually exist in the same space. And I think we are missing a north-south connection through there. And so I'm wondering to staff, is that something that you could consider in a supplemental report if assuming Councillor Cuddle was okay with tacking this one on to the same report?
Ray Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Austin, yes, that's certainly something that we could review when we come back with the additional report regarding the Dartmouth Common and the north-south sections that you have outlined. Certainly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If Councillor Cuddle's okay, could we consider that as a friendly amendment to add a number 2 to look at the park trails north-south in the Dartmouth Common?
Councillor Cuddle, you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Councillor Cleary is okay with that? So Councillor Austin, do you want to just give us the wording? So it'll be 5.
Sure. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
All right, can I just suggest review McIntosh Run Regional Park and the Dartmouth Common and any others found to be, and any other regional parks found to be designated incorrectly. That would cover it.
Councillor Austin, you okay with that?
That gets the job done. I'm fine with that. It's not the east-west trail that's the issue. It's a north-south that's missing.
Yeah.
Ray Walsh needs to know that one. As do I. Okay, on the amendment, Councillor Kent, I think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a process question, and that when we do go to vote, this vote would be on whether or not we are in favor of adding this to the original motion, and then we would have a separate vote on the full extent of the motion, correct? Okay, thank you.
We would, but this would be to bring back a separate report on these locations.
Yeah. I'm good with that, but I just want to understand that we're not actually endorsing the content necessarily of this when we vote. We're saying we're okay with adding it to the first motion. Then when we vote, unless we separate it out, we'll be voting on the whole content and the intent then. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
We vote on the amendment first, and then we vote on the whole motion. Yeah. Is that what you're asking?
We're saying it differently, but we're saying it in a way. We're voting on approving adding this motion to the original motion first.
Correct. But this motion doesn't mean that we'll necessarily fund these other places. It means they'll come back in the report. Okay. Anybody else on the amendment? Councillor Cuddles put a correction in McIntosh run with a C and not an I. So,
sorry.
Councillor Stoddard,
Question on the motion.
Just a second. Councillor Stoddard, are you trying to get my attention?
I am. I have a question. I'm not sure if it's on the amendment, but if I throw it out there, maybe you can let me know. I have sections in the Mainland North Linear Park, and I wanted to know if these walkways were included in. I don't think they're included in what we have listed here.
Who wants that, Ray or Denise? There's the parks man, John Traves.
These deal with regional parks, correct, Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ray Walsh, Parks Manager. I'd have to perhaps speak with you, Councillor, to determine what areas specifically of the pathways around Halifax or the mainland common that you are referring to. There's a number of different pathways around that park.
There is.
So yeah, we would have to have a further discussion on exactly the areas you're concerned about. The parkway, the report here lays out the mainland linear common. AT trail is done as part of this report. It's already winter maintained and paved. The additional portion of mainland or the mainland common park has to do with the walkway that extends to the high school, and that is completed as well as part of this report. So if there's anything else, we could have a discussion as to what it is you were thinking about, and then make a determination if it can be referenced in the report.
Okay. So it wouldn't be part of this amendment as it stands, or we'd have to talk about it first?
Yeah, I'd have to, I'm not sure if it will be part of the amendment, but we're not sure what portion of the park you're referring to. It's all, we have to be a little more detailed.
Okay.
Denise?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, I think when we determine the specific location, Councillor, if it's one of the ones that has been designated incorrectly in the asset registry, it would come back as part through this report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're ready for the question on the amendment. So the amendment was moved by Councillor Cuttle, seconded by Councillor Cleary, added to by, I guess, Councillor Austin. Ready for the question?
Question.
Question.
To add this motion to the existing motion on the floor, starting with District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion, so that amendment passes. That becomes number 5. Number 5. I go back to the list originally. I had Councillor Hensby, and I also had Cleary, Austin, and Kent. I don't know if they were on, if they're taken care of now, but Councillor Hensby, I know, wanted to speak on not on the amendment, but on the main motion.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I asked also to have this off the consent agenda because I think we should have some dialogue on this whole matter in regards to winter maintenance walking trails. You know, especially during the COVID situation we just went through. Popularity was skyrocketed for these this type of infrastructure. My only concern, though, is to what standard are all these pathways built to? You know, we have an integrated mobility plan out there. We're trying to have better connectivity for our communities, but are all of these pathways built to the same standard? Are the ones we're asking about being paved? I've seen the report. The desire is a 2-meter pathway. It's a 6.5 feet wide. You know, and we have no measurement of how long these trails that are required to be paved are. You know, there's an estimate in there for 5 kilometers going to cost you over $1 million. That's a rudimentary estimate, but I don't know in regards to these trails being proposed is how long are they, and are they all built to the same width standard? Are they going to be built to a greenway standard? So basically, are they going to have a painted line down the middle to separate the so-called white, you know, way for cycling and walking? You know, I'm just kind of concerned about of all these different things coming forth. So are they all paid to the same standard, or we have different widths in different places? And are we hopefully going to try to get them to a similar standard so we have similar equipment going over them instead of having a narrow bobcat in one area and perhaps a grader on another? I don't know. So I was curious about that. And plus also, I want to make sure this is only on municipal properties only. We're not doing any of the, you know, are we doing the Trans-Canada Trail portions through Dartmouth in that area in regards to on the provincial right-of-way areas? Are we including that as this part? I don't really see it there, but I'm not sure if it's a part of that process or not. And the other thing is that this past winter out of my area, the Gatesbrook Greenway, we had an eager volunteer go out and plow it, you know, and here it's supposed to be a non-motorized trail, and all the motorized users who used to have enjoyment of that corridor were complaining, so why is there a grader on the greenway? I thought it was supposed to be non-motorized, non-mechanical and stuff, and here they were just plowing snow out of the way and just trying to get down to the gravel base and make it safer for everybody. But in my opinion, it seems like we got double standards in different places, and so I just find it a little odd. But in regards to if these are just all pathways to be paved, I want to know to what standard they're expected to be paved to, and at what. And I assume the cost will come later on, but I'd like to know what the standards are.
Who wants that one? I thought Ray might pop up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, to answer the councillor's question, certainly we would like to move to having, you know, all of the trails, either they're AT trails or park trails, that are the main transportation routes through the park or through the neighborhood, be paved to the same standard, same width, and so on. As to going forward, that would be the plan. As to what they are all built to now, I'm not certain. However, going forward, absolutely, we would like them to all be similar so we can use the same type of equipment to maintain all of them. And the report speaks to, yes, you were correct, it does speak to HRM properties only. So the trails that cross through provincial land and private land, although HRM may have an interest in those and support the trail groups, they're not part of this report, as this report speaks to regional parks and regional park pathway and trail maintenance, winter maintenance. Thank you.
Councillor Hensby, you good?
Thank you.
Councillor Cleary?
I'm good now, Mr. Mayor.
I think that's all then, folks, on the issue. So we're going to vote on the motion as amended to have added number 5.
Question?
Ready for the question?
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor?
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we've passed item number 11.4.1. That was our heritage item. We will go with motions from councillors. 12.1 in the name of Councillor Cuttle.
All right, this is exciting. 2 motions in a row. Yes, I move that Halifax Regional Council request additional information on prioritizing the clearing of snow from the main sidewalks in school zone areas from P3 to P2 be included in the supplementary staff report requested by Regional Council on September 29th, 2020 regarding sidewalk snow clearing standards for residential streets and walkways.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary.
This request for additional information to be included in the existing request, which Councillor Cleary made around prioritizing snow clearing on sidewalks, is really to look at the priority around school areas. I believe that schools are of particular importance for several reasons. Elementary children within 1.6 kilometers and junior high and high school students within 2.4 kilometers do not get busing, and they are considered to be within walking distance. Unplowed sidewalks create safety issues and barriers for kids walking to school, as well as parents who walk young kids and may have small children and infants that need to be brought along. So, imagine trying to push a stroller along an unplowed sidewalk to get your kid to school. It's next to impossible, and pushing it along a slushy road is incredibly dangerous. In 2017, Halifax Regional Council passed a motion to request a staff report on creating a children's charter. Among other things, the motion stated the right to safety to ensure that things like whether it's traffic, to ensure traffic, pedestrian infrastructure, which included sidewalks and crosswalks, are adequate. And I would say clearing those sidewalks needs to be part of that consideration. We do live in a winter city. Snow is a reality that we have to contend with. And people need to move about the city safely. Our integrated mobility plan sets targets for increasing active transit, including walking, and supports this idea of complete communities where we don't need cars to get around and people can walk to their destinations. And we also know that walking promotes health and mental well-being. So the current problem with priority sidewalk clearing is that the priority of the sidewalk matches the priority of the streets. And this does not necessarily reflect people's needs in terms of walking, particularly in suburban areas. Therefore, I think this additional information will be useful for us at Council as a consideration of how HRM prioritizes sidewalks in a way that aligns with our broader goals and ambitions, as well as protecting kids, who are some of our most vulnerable citizens. I've worked out with staff on this motion, and I thank Bev Odette for her support with this, and I hope my fellow council colleagues consider supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Christian.
Just a quick comment there, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this. You know, in my 4+ years now on council, I can't recall now that it's gone beyond the number of digits on one hand, how many times I brought motions on sidewalk snow clearing. And so I am grateful to have an ally and hopefully, given the discussion we've had, especially around budget, around sidewalks, traffic calming, and so on, that my colleagues are also on board. It is imperative, whether it's urban, suburban, kids walk to school, and that's a huge benefit for them and their families to walk. And the more that we can do, I saw, and I know Mr. Anguish felt bad about this, but in the last snowstorm we had, 2 days later, in fact, almost 3 days later, we still had kids in crossing guards going up 4-foot snowbanks, trying to get kids across crosswalks to get to school. And so we need to do a better job, and this is something that I can throw my weight behind, because we definitely need to make it safer for kids to walk to school. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? Ian?
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Very much in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini. 7, Councillor Mason.
In favor.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion?
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting 100% in favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage.
In favor? Thank you. That motion passes. Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Colleagues, if you'll look at our in-camera items, we'll see Councillor Mason's indicated he might have an appetite to move. Well, first of all, the in-camera minutes. Does somebody want to move the in-camera minutes?
I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Blackburn, seconded by Councillor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
The minutes are carried. 13.2, Councillor Mason.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated February 16, 2021, and 2, direct the private confidential staff report dated February 16, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Second,
Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Clary. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
I'm in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Mayor Savage.
Affirmative. That passes. Council, what is your wish on 13.3?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Cleary. I'd be willing to test council on 13.3. I'll move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated February 24, 2021, and 2, direct that the private and confidential staff report dated February 24, 2021 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outett.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that's carried. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Colleagues, we'll go to notices of motion. Councillor Mason first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose for approval of Administrative Order 2020-005 ADM respecting a financial incentives program for Schmidtville and Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation Districts, the purpose of which is to establish a financial incentives program that provides financial assistance to the property owners in Schmidtville and Old South Suburb Heritage Conservation Districts to support the conservation of contributing heritage resources and the revitalization of all existing buildings in the district.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much. Please take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments for approval to Administrative Order 2020-009-ADM respecting COVID-19, the purpose of which is to extend its application by 1 year.
Thank you. Any other notices, colleagues?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead. Was that Councillor Morse?
Councillor Morse, yes.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Take notice at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council. I intend to move that council consider adopting by policy a public participation program, the purpose of which is to establish a program to consider amendments to the municipal planning strategy for Halifax and the land use bylaw for Halifax mainland to rezone 60 and 62 Main Avenue to C2C, Dutch Village Road mixed use, and to consider amendments to the C2C zone standards.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Hearing none, colleagues, I think our next council meeting, Mr. Clerk, is going to be on Zoom, is it not?
That is the plan. We should be having the migration to Zoom for the 23rd.
No cat filters for anybody.
That should make it easier for our public participation, I expect, for sure.
That's ahead of the province, Mr. Mayor. They're meeting for the first time today since a year.
Who was that?
The province. Meeting for the first time today.
Of Nova Scotia?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
I would also say, just looking at this screen, that I very much look forward to the day when we're meeting in person, colleagues, and we can actually have a meal and get to know each other better than we do now. I think everybody's done remarkably well, though, as we transition from Teams to Zoom. And when I look at you, I want to thank you for your great dedication to the municipality, wherever you are, all of you. I think that's it. I'll accept a motion from Councillor Purdy to adjourn.
Motion so moved that we adjourn.
And we'll see you tomorrow with Councillor Russell in the chair on our budget and 2 weeks for council. Thank you all. Have a good night.
All right.
Thank
you. Good night.
Good night.